Good morning, everybody. I'm late, but I'm here. New year, 1995. What does that mean? Nothing really. Nothing particularly new, just yet. As per the thumbnail, we've got some pipe bombing to do today. You know, something that I should probably do this evening, that I should have done a long time ago. We're just going to take a look at the this building here, the neighboring building to us. But we're going to take a look at the upper floor to it. Hey, Tamakona. Yep, we've got some pipe bombing to do today. I believe we currently have 4 already prepped. We'll probably put together some more. I've definitely already done a room-by-room sweep of this building, but not the upper floors. Only one upper floor, it looks like. It would be neat to know if there's roof access. Ooh, potential coffee? Yeah, okay. This has already been worth it. Remember, toilet water never touches our skin, but armor that goes outside of our clothing, that's fine. That's much better. What have we got over here? Is this roof access? No, but there's ammo? Who the hell leaves ammo on the floor of the janitor's room? I'm not going to question it, but I'll take it. I don't even know exactly what kind of building this is. It looked entirely office. Maybe it's an office building with a janitor who's planning to go postal. I was just looking around for roof access. I don't suppose we'll find it. Yeah, most likely not. I never even checked to see if there is a little box on the roof here with a doorway. No, there's not. We could make roof access if we wanted to. We have the technology. But I don't think it would be worth it necessarily right now. Alrighty then. Plenty of progress to be made through Bateman if we wanted to. I think we got up to the 12th floor last time. That was what I remember. We should have cleared the entire part of St. Michael's Cathedral on the outside, but we haven't. I don't think we've gotten close enough to the inside. And this, in the thumbnail of this particular video, we've got a screenshot of a pipe bombing. That was when we cleaned out the building right here that I've zoomed in on. I believe it's a 6-story building, but I'm going to start with four skulls because I can't remember. We should have wiped out completely the first 2 floors. We were very thorough about trying to pull everybody outside. I'm not worried about stragglers necessarily. So we'll put 4 skulls and cross out the first 2. And if I misremembered, if there's more than 4 stories, then we'll add some more skulls, because that's usually what I like to do. If it's not, these office buildings have so many floors that I'm just going to actually manually write it, but other ones like these, as we clear the floors, we'll mark them with skulls and then cross them out. SWAT truck over here is loose ammo. I suppose we're in a place where it wouldn't hurt to just do a few reloadings of 9mm magazines here. I like to do 9mm mags. If I'm not doing entire cartons, I do them in boxes of 3 at a time. 3 boxes of 9mm magazine, or 3 boxes of 9mm equals 10 magazines. 50 rounds a box. 150 bullets. 15 bullets per magazine. So I could just grab half of these empty mags here. That'll eat up the rest of the evening here. 10 loaded 9mm mags that go into heavy combat over here. Assuming we have room for it, we should have room for 5. Yeah, we have room for 5 more encumbrance. It's if I'm doing M16 magazines that I have to start being careful, because that is, that'll fill up real fast. The game definitely doesn't like it when I pack up these grindstones and put them in the trunk of the vehicle and then close and reopen the game. Whenever that happens, the encumbrance of it changes. That's probably going to be fixed later on. Wow, I'm actually getting cold. I'm in my relatively warm gear here. Is there anything I can do about that? We've even got a scarf on. Where's my insulation? Yeah, I mean, the chest is a little... We should be fine indoors, but kind of interesting to see that standing around outdoors in this getup is enough to get me cold. This is supposed to be the warmer getup. Well, this is an instant fix for that situation. I put on the hunting vest, and it messes up my aesthetic. It makes me look ugly, but it's very, very warm. My entire body is now fully red, and I do have a beret as well. The helmet that I'm wearing has no insulation natively, so put all that together, and yeah, I should be able to stand around probably below 0 weather like this. Not that I need to, but the whole point of the cowhide jacket is it's supposed to be warm enough for that, because it's certainly too warm for other situations. Alright, it's close enough to a good bedtime now. Let's go ahead and hit the sack. That tells me that I should probably leave this hunting vest and beret on the driver's seat of the truck. Or, not driver's seat, but passenger. If I've got room for it. I could foresee some situations where I'm standing still and sniping a lot. And this would get ahead of that. Oh shit, I left the sledgehammer of the fire truck. It must be in Bateman, the Bateman office building. That's where I would have used it last. Okay. Must not lose that. That's not good. We don't want to ever lose that. The rest of my filters should be in the expedition ambulance. Which would be this one. You know, I have this chewing tobacco on the driver's seat of the truck. I don't remember if it actually works, but I'm pretty sure that chewing tobacco right now is the only form of tobacco that a non-smoker can engage in this game and actually get stress reduction from it. Don't quote me on that, though, because I have not tried it in a long time, but that's why it's there. So I guess next time I get super stressed and I don't have time to read a book, we'll try some chaw, see if that actually does anything. I'm gonna make a few more sterilized bandages here and leave those in the truck driver's seat. I really should have some spare medical supplies on my field vehicles, all of them. And it is very easy to make sterilized bandages. All you have to do is boil water, and while the water is boiling, you can sterilize the bandage in the water. So if I wanted to get even warmer than I already am, never mind. I was about to say that I could wear this t-shirt, but it's a short sleeve t-shirt. The insulation is higher, but it's short sleeve. We're wearing a long sleeve t-shirt specifically because we need more forearm protection with the padding. So, technically correct. The best kind of correct. Here we go. Bunch more bandages that I can sterilize, and a couple more suture needles, maybe. Just one. There we go. There's no point in carrying around bandages that are not sterile when they could be sterile. Quite literally just water and a stove to sterilize them. Alright, we'll just have her chill for the next half hour or so. Perhaps we'll recharge some filters. It's a worthy expenditure of time. Let's unstack some of these rag bundles. We do need to allocate duct tape for each one of these rechargings. So, do we have any locally sourced duct tape? Yes, we have lots of locally sourced duct tape. Hell yeah. So we'll do 8 filters then, because I believe it's 1 use, and each duct tape is 4? Let's verify this. Yeah. Oh wait, it's doing recharged filters. I would prefer to do empty filters. So every time we do this, we're using up a charcoal, a little bit of wood glue, some rags, some duct tape, and 1 sponge. But it's getting us a recharged respirator filter, which is very, very useful here in Louisville, where there's corpse piles. They get extremely full. Alright, so now it's a good time for bed. And that will get us prepped here. Let's see what the world has to offer us now. Oh, look at that. I did get cold overnight. Okay, good to know. I was supposed to be gaining weight, but I dropped out of weight gain there. And that's okay. What that means is I just want to put myself back into weight gain, and I should still have all the fats to be in rapid weight gain. What we're going to do for that is... What indeed? How about an entire bottle of milk? Problem is we don't have a lot of milk to spare for that. Let's go ahead and fire up some more butter here. Using some locally sourced milk, we can make ourselves a butter churn. Ratio is 5 liters of milk to 1 stick of butter. Butter churn is just 2 planks and 2 nails, I believe. I'm going to move that on the other side of that. Now this is something that takes a long time, churning butter. So I'm going to put my warm stuff on, otherwise I will get cold. I mean, I might still get cold. When you're just standing still completely for a long period of time, your body heat generation plummets. So this is actually a pretty decent way to test. Let's see if I can actually handle this. We're a little over 20 degrees below freezing here. And I'm not getting cold. Hell yeah. I don't have a chat bot. Mods are linked in the description, or lack thereof. We don't use mods. Just a simple texture placement that we made here on stream. This is rather boring, but I don't want to be thinking about weight gain so much, so we're just eating an entire stick of butter. That'll bring us right back into rapid weight gain there. And we're good to go. First thing I'm going to do is go and evaluate what Bateman looks like here. We need to at least recover the sledgehammer, and there's a few floodlights up there that I'd like to bring down. Hello. Lag spike. That's the mega corpse pile from the thumbnail there. We did that last stream. This is where our safe place to sleep is, but I did not leave any super essentials here. The sledgehammer should just be on the floor upstairs. But we are now entering territory where zombies could be left over. This is where we did the latest staircase slaughter. Rather smelly here. There we are. It's fine to leave it on the floor on occasion, but never between sessions. That's bad policy. Very bad policy. This right here is battery powered. We have several downstairs still that are not battery powered. I'm gonna bring down like 3 of them, so that we have a surplus again. This grindstone is fine to be. We made the grindstone out of locally sourced material. So we'll just take 3 of these bad boys here. Can fit 2 in the backpack and 1 in the satchel. And we have not done room by room up here. I don't assume anybody's going to be left over because they don't have any barriers. So there should have been nothing to stop them from moseying out, joining the party, as it were. 3 of them here. I do want to leave 1 or 2 behind in case I want to do more, what's it called? Electrical, upgrades, rather. And we'll take a total of 4. I'll put this in the offhand. And we're out of here. We'll continue going up Bateman at some point in the future. Maybe next time we have bad weather outside, we'll come back here to Bateman and we'll do another couple floors. Right, because if we have bad weather outside, then that severely limits what we can do to progress elsewhere in Louisville. But bad weather doesn't have any impact on indoor combat like here. So we actually do have, Bateman represents a useful side activity. If we get wake up one morning and it's just pea soup fog outside. Hey, Kraken, good morning. We just recovered the sledgehammer that we left on the floor, 12 feet up and 12 floors up in Bateman here. And we also took home some more floodlights, because we have plenty that are battery powered at the moment, but we don't have plenty that are not battery powered. Actually kind of low on those. And all that running around indoors actually got me sweaty. This is the eternal problem in winter. You get nights that are cold enough to start getting cold all the time, but then in the middle of the day, you start running around indoors, and using the same getup, you're going to start sweating. That's what the bath towels are for. Alright, so 4 floodlights. I only really want to deploy 2 right now so that I can get some light out here in the parking lot. Let's just do like 1 at either side of the grassy knoll here. In that case, we'll just move Expedition over a little bit. Right? Or, okay. How about either ends of those? Yeah, we can do these right here. Promise I'll make a decision. I swear to God I'll do it. I'm not going to keep changing my mind forever. Okay. Just 1 right here on this side, and then 1 right here on this side. And then the other 2 that we picked up will be on standby. We'll put those in one of these 2, because these 2 are, these 2 will go forward with us to the next base location, wherever that ends up being. And that's actually a perfect fit for this one. Drama couple that were making noise for a few days, taken by police. Huh. Oh, very nice. Oh, right. I remember what you're talking about now. Well, that, sometimes that's a victory. Sometimes that just means things are getting worse. I sincerely hope that some people, if they're sensible, they'll take that as a wake-up call. Something tells me that it's 50-50 as to whether they're sensible enough for that one. But we can hope, right? Alright. Looking much better off here at base. Let's take a look at that good old map. You know, something I realized, I don't know if this was last stream or the stream before, but the outlet from 1st Street here to Station Link and then Station Road, this little area here was not secure because of LSU. LSU here, I cleared it at one point, but then zombies migrated out of LSU and ended up in these intersections. If I wipe out the outdoor foot mobiles around LSU, then I could probably start converting these red arrows into green arrows. If anybody watching is not familiar, I change the arrow colors based on how secure these supply lines are. For example, these green ones, these green arrows here that I've got marked between our power hub, Jericho, and going through the train station up to the parking garage bays here, these are completely wiped out of any zombies. I could turn on my light bar with the sirens, and I could drive down these green arrow roads, and I still wouldn't attract any zombies. I haven't done that, but that's the principle of the thing, right? I have verified that I can get out and shoot guns anywhere in these areas with the green arrows, and we will not attract stragglers of any sort. However, that cannot be the case over here, not with LSU still full of outdoor foot mobiles. So we'll, that's actually probably going to be the first major op we do today is, I'm not going to go building by building for LSU because I don't have any goals there right now, but I would like to wipe out anybody outside of it, which is, there's plenty of those. So, we've already got ourselves 4 pipe bombs prepared, and we are no longer in a state of mind where we want to be grinding weapons skills, are we? What if I wanted to do some long blunt? I could make a metal baseball bat with bolts very easily right now. I'm going to do that. I'm going to just see what it feels like. Because a couple levels in long blunt could go a long way for making me better with a sledgehammer. Red arrows aren't... Nah, they don't mean movement. That's just... that's my movement. But my movement is not secure. That's why it's red. So I just picked up a metal baseball bat that I had in the Expedition ambulance. And I should have both a hand drill and some nuts and bolts here. I have literal tons of nuts and bolts. But I don't have a hand drill, do I? Not up here, but I do know that I put a hand drill right down here. Because I found one, and I remembered that I keep not having hand drills when I need them. Problem preemptively solved. I'll put the hand drill into the electrical box here. Let's make ourselves some metal bats. Or just one, really. Bolt metal bat. I remember these being amazing as far as long blunt goes. Let me double check that. We've got the wiki here. pzwiki.net. Fantastic website. You go to their weapon page, and it shows you little lists of every weapon in the game. We go to long blunt right here, and we sort by upper damage threshold. That's usually I like to do that first. And I wish I could do this automatically, but we start ignoring the stupid mega stamina penalty ones here. So anything that has a stamina penalty up like this with the little lungs, just ignore every single one of these because they're not good combat weapons regardless of what they look like on paper. I have just confirmed by getting to axe level 10 that these 3x stamina penalty weapons will never be good, ever. As weapons, at least. Unless you are, like, in a really bad improvised place. The cozy room during day? Right, yeah, the, carpet is, like, supposedly a dark gray, but it's bluish gray. There's a hint of blue to the carpet. but the walls are beautiful, pristine gray. Okay, here it is. Metal baseball bat with bolts. This is where it shines, is the crit rate. 50% crit rate. Now, the mult is only 3 times, though. That is worth keeping in mind. Because the mult is only 3 times, I kind of want to do something else here. I mean, we have a, whatchamacallit, we have a long mace, I think. I think long mace is probably really best really, overall. Yeah, we literally have a long mace, and I can make these. I can make long maces, as many of them as I want. They're better than all baseball bat weapons. 40% chance of crit, 5 times crit multiplier. Yeah, there's no competition there. It is the best, bar none. So, yeah, we'll just use that. I believe I would have put it in one of these vehicles. Question is which. There it is. So we will do a little bit of melee leveling up, but as soon as things get hairy, we'll probably wipe out a chunk of them with a pipe bomb. Alright. So we're just going all the way down to the bottom of 1st Street here. Where 1st Street splits off into the smaller roads, that's where LSU is. And here we are. So this right here, the intersection of Station Link and Station Road, this was the intersection that zombies who just kind of migrate out of LSU are going to end up wandering up to. We did a little bit of light bar luring previously, but that's never a permanent solution. Yeah, this metal fence up here. This metal fence up here is definitely a factor. Here we go. Okay. So the track, the meta event to the left. So anybody from the right has a chance to be moving left now, just like these guys up here in the top right corner. Okay. Yeah, it's no consequence now because there's nobody who's coming at me from this direction. So let's prep this parking lot to be a pipe bombing site. Even if we don't do it right away, there will still be plenty of other opportunities to use it for such. I don't even know if I evaluated the vehicles in this lot for their potential as part donors. We got some performance brakes over here. Oh dear, towing is becoming a problem. Come on now, maybe I was just not close enough. Nope, okay. So, towing is... I don't know what's going on with it. Don't know what's going on with it, but certain times and certain combinations of, like, hooking up to the hood versus hooking up to the trunk, I don't know what's going on with it. The devs decided to touch something about towing as of 42.19, and something's getting a little fucked up with it. It's still possible, it's just inconsistent now. Yeah, see, there we go. You can do some things with hockey sticks in this game, but they're a lot better as, like, platforms to make improvised weapons with. Let's just kind of dump the heavy-duty vehicles together over here. And come back later maybe for a part harvest. Yeah, that's right. I'm putting them in their parking spots correctly. Not the best parking job, but it's within the lines. That's a collision that we just took. The reason it happened is there's some sort of really weird glitch that I haven't quite figured out the parameters of. If you get too close to these stupid lights, street lights sort of things, sometimes instead of slowing you down, it speeds you up. Observe. We're going slow right now, and that's what we expect to have happen, but then... hang on, let me try it one more time here. Okay, I couldn't replicate it. Like I said, it's inconsistent, but if you scroll back, you guys will see what I'm talking about. There was absolutely a random burst of speed that didn't really make sense. It's faster than I could have normally accelerated with this thing. Yep, can't hook up. But it does seem that we can hook up rear, front of my vehicle to rear of the towee. Let's try this. I know that the devs are going to give us actual material requirements for towing in the future. We'll have to find a, whatchamacallit. We'll have to find a heavy chain with hook, most likely. I have the sinking suspicion that the towing requires a chain update is going to come long before the tow truck update. See, we used to be able to hook up at perpendicular angles like that. That seems to be one of the biggest things that has been, like, kind of more or less removed. I don't know if I've successfully done that a single time yet. At least we can do that. Right. And I do hope that, you know, if they're going to make us require things like, you know, chains or something, chains, maybe ropes with a chance to break depending on speed and torque or something like that. I just hope that they'll eventually give us something like a winch. Like, this is an emergency service vehicle right here. It should absolutely be possible for me to mount a winch to the front of, like, the chassis, behind the hood or something like that. It makes sense if you couldn't do it to every vehicle, but this is an EMS vehicle, so it should have the necessary, Alright, here we go. I'm level 0 long blunt, but I am carrying the best in slot weapon for long blunt, so let's see what happens here. I'm also strength and fitness 10, so... Would you look at that, I still one-shot him. That's pretty cool. I don't expect to see that consistently, but it's pretty cool. I'm totally here for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it that much. All it really means when they finally come out with that update is that eventually I'm just going to have less storage space in my vehicles, less storage space for other things, because the heavy chain with hook is like 12 and a half encumbrance right now. It's pretty heavy. It lives up to its name. Alright, I'm just going to check really quick and see if any of these actually have really good parts on them. A full set of performance brakes on this bad boy. Some performance sus, but nothing else over here. Perfect seat. We've got one perfect performance tire. I'm totally here for that. Performance tires have been harder to come by lately. Yeah. There's another performance brake, so of all the vehicles in front of us right here, only one of them has one perfect performance tire. You can see where the shortage is coming from. Now everything else is a standard, and I don't really care about parts for standards right now. Oh, wait a minute. My eyes almost glossed over this one. Now these civilian vehicles with light bars, I do think their engines are not quite as powerful. Yeah, this is a 400 horsepower engine. This one right here, the fire truck, 490. Or 480, rather. Yeah, 480. Tires are old, brakes regular, thus regular. So honestly, aside from the fact that it's got a perfect light bar, it's thoroughly unimpressive. Engine quality is 81, though. And we have keys to it. The lock is broken. Alright then. Hey, Amelia, good morning. We've got some pipe bombs somewhere on the agenda today. For now, we are clearing up a parking lot. We're currently at LSU, which is a little ways back down First Street. What else was I going to do with... Right, so we've got a broken lock on the trunk of this vehicle. But all you have to do for now, to repair that, is to take the trunk lid off and put it back on again. That's all you got to do. Now that, curiously, it still says lock broken equals yes. Now what that tells me is that taking it off and putting it back on again, all that succeeded in doing is unlocking it. So we wouldn't be able to relock it. But locking stuff is only really a PvP concern. That's true. Rubber is one of those, what's the right word for this? Global supply chain luxuries. And I don't see us having, rubber anytime soon without, whatchamacallit. Locally sourced rubber is not going to be much of a thing. I'm sure there are improvised things that one could do, but it won't be as good, I'm sure. Alright, I'm not really concerned about these cars that are all the way at the back of the lot. Just want to grab this van, and we can say we have a nice big lineup of heavy duties to sacrifice the parts from later on. This is going to be awkward. I can't hook up at a perpendicular angle, but perhaps a obtuse angle. Nope. Global. Is there a limit to how far you can go in terms of years? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. There's I've seen a screenshot on the whatchamacallit. If you go to Steam and there's like an artwork page for the game, usually full of AI slop these days, but there is a screenshot that's been floating around of somebody who lasted about a decade on Apocalypse back in B41. And the reason we know it was a decade is because it showed the death screen. The death screen indicated that they died of fire. So they were probably trying to do a Molotov or something. I really hate that we're forced to tow from this angle only. I'm going to actually do something silly here. I can push it still. Whenever you're hooked up to a vehicle, you're towing, or your ability to move that vehicle is greatly increased. So being able to push it is actually a viable option. You can never do that while you're not attached for some reason. I have long since given up on the white lines. That's alright. Ooh, duct tape, yes please. Always need more duct tape. And once again, no performance tires. In fact, practically nothing. But a good windshield goes a long way. So now we'll just move these two, these these four cars in the middle here. And we don't have to put them anywhere special, just out of the way. That leaves us with a nice, bright, wide open parking lot here for pipe bombing activities. I mean, to be honest, some of these cars shouldn't be that hard to push if you just take the brake off and you put it in neutral. But that would be one of those things just like moving a zombie corpse. It's technically possible, but you wouldn't want to do it too often, annihilating your stamina. That should be something that we should be able to do to build strength experience in this game. Just put a car into neutral and then push it. But you know what else that would require? That would require manual gear shifting. God help us, maybe someday Filibuster Rhymes will get that in there for us. Now, the last time I took LSU, we did a proper ground war. Like a proper sort of multiple fallback defensive position sort of arrangement. Mostly because I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't too disappointed by it. It worked. It was just extremely slow. All of the time we expended on that ground war that we did last time would we'd get through that in a couple of hours with pipe bombing. Speaking of pipe bombing, we've actually got multiple spots here that we could use. Like for the first one, we could bring them all the way down here. And for the second one, we could do one that's a little closer. More than two, and that would kind of start pushing our, drivable space here. Because we can't drive very quickly over huge mountains of corpses. Yeah, no, 10 years of progress in this game. Even if you spent a lot of time fast-forwarding, 10 years is just man. I've never done more than 2.5, and that was like Annie's run in the description there. Annie's run was 2 and like a third. Yeah, 2 and a third years. And that was 780-something hours in real life time. So we're talking somebody who like put, thousands of hours into the game, all on one character. That's friggin' wild, no matter how you slice it. So what I'm going to do for now is pick off individual targets with a little bit of long blunt here. Now that is interesting. Our first use of this mace was a 1-shot. Second one was a 6-shot. 700k, yeah, it's pretty wild. But the funny thing is, if you think about the ratio of time spent to zombies killed, that's not too different from my ratio. Because, I mean, Annie was like 48,000, I think, after 2 years. So, yeah, I'm a little bit behind him then. That's about 70,000 a year, so that's, yeah, he's about double me, actually. Whack. Truly whack. It's a lot of zombies. Which it makes a lot more sense for B41 Apocalypse, because respawns were on. Use the engine to pull a few guys out of here. I don't think we've actually gotten close enough to the fitness center to spawn it in. That's the fitness center right here. Yeah, highly variable. Being level 0 with long blunt and whatnot. I feel like if I just get 2 or 3 levels, then the number of sledgehammerings I can do before muscle straining myself will hopefully go up. And if I ever get, too many zombies coming at me, that's what the sword on the belt is for. That's how we turn into a wood chipper. I'm actually showcasing early game combat tactics here. Maybe not the shout to bring a bunch of them at me, but falling back strategically so that I don't have more than one at me at once. Yep. No muscle strain. I had a guy in the Steam forums whose thread I was looking at who had some choice words for combat in B42. And I was really trying to wrap my head around what he was talking about, and it took quite a few posts of me digging through before I realized that he was doing the, not quite 0 to hero, but the almost 0 to hero. Starting with, like, you know, unfit, puny, not bringing himself down to 0 of anything, but, he's bringing himself incredibly low on certain stats. And then he's saying that he really enjoys the combat. Why did the devs ruin the combat? Why am I getting so much muscle strain? I'm surprised that he has even any muscles to strain if he's taking puny. But, I've gazed into the abyss so long on B42 that I don't think I can be objective when dealing with criticism at this point. I definitely think there's plenty of things that can be improved with B42 combat, but when somebody just comes at it straight up and just says it's ruined, I don't really know what to do with that. It doesn't feel very ruined to me. It definitely feels different. I mean, tried B41 a couple months ago, and it wasn't that bad, but it was different, sure. Yeah, welcome to Louisville. It looks quiet, and then suddenly it doesn't. And we're going to get fatigued any time now, so let me just see if I can use my footsteps here. Well, I don't know, maybe he's doing the same thing I am. I use this game to pass the time for myself while I'm trying to save up money. Yep, look at that. My footsteps pulled a lot more that time. But, as I was saying before, we can use early game tactics here. We just got 2 fast shamblers. So it looks like there's a lot at once, but there's really only 2. And we'll left-right these guys if we have to. And we don't. Two mediums. Very close to long blunt 1. We can just get a few more kills before the fatigue kicks in here. Make it to the year 2000. Promises of flying cars never age well. I think the greatest argument against us ever having flying cars is just think about how bad the average driver is, and then add a third dimension to that. If we had plane crashes as often as we have car crashes, my God. That's all I can say about that is my God. In the book that I'm writing, airships are a thing, but their top speed is only like what is it? Like the average is only like 20 knots top speed, so they're very, very slow. And they're made out of carbonado, so they don't what's the right word? They don't crash very easily. They do explode if you try hard enough. That being said, I haven't run all the numbers on whether carbonado is actually strong enough to be a hull for a vacuum lift airship. What's up, KTO? How's it going? We're doing a bit of long blunt here. Yeah. The strongest argument against democracy is a conversation with the average voter. I think personally, hot political takes here with Ginfidel. No, I think democracy is very important for some parts of society. I don't think it should dictate everything. And I'm not going to act like the United States has a very strong separation of, democracy for this, expert decisions for that. Because any argument in favor of democracy, I can make a counter argument against bureaucracy. And vice versa. There we go. Long blunt level 1. I am very curious to see what kind of sledgehammering we can do now. So I'm going to go ahead and fall back, grab the sledgehammer, and see if we can do 5 sledgehammerings in a row without incurring muscle strain in the red. That would be an amazing change. I don't actually think we'll be able to pull it off, but it would be amazing. Aha, yes. Well, I mean, okay, so if you're not going to give the franchise to everybody, then you've just got a republic with very low threshold for your senators. I think in order to call it a democracy, it's got to have like an element of everybody. Everybody should have some way to involve. But gatekeeping it behind, the service guaranteed citizenship concept, that just makes it a republic, but just, all of your senators have to be people who have served. Alright, so we're up to 2 now. Here's 3. Here's 4. Now this is our previous record. We were able to do 4 in a row. So if we can do a 5th, without this muscle strain going into the red. Hell yeah. Okay, we can do 5 in a row now. So, if anybody's not familiar with what I'm talking about here, muscle strain, if it's in the orange, then it doesn't affect my combat efficacy with a weapon that I'm really good at. Or at least it doesn't make me, combat ineffective. But if it goes into the red, not even a level 10 sword, level 10 strength guy can reliably one-shot everybody, which is unacceptable. So I never want my muscle strain to get into the red if I'm sledging. That's why we're doing a bit of long blunt. I told myself I would not bother with that until after I had already leveled the critical weapon skills, which we have done. We are level 10 with aiming, long blade, axes, and maintenance. This is what I was talking about before. These are all people who spilled out of LSU and are now shitting up my roads. But that is not a critical intersection right there. I can take a right here. Take a little shortcut. We'll be back on 1st Street. So it wasn't just military service. It was it? Because I always thought that when the service guaranteed citizenship line, that was service of some kind, civil service or military service. I remember that one line that I heard quoted a few times. It doesn't matter how inept you are. If you're crazy enough to volunteer, they'll find a job for you somehow in order to get your franchise. Wait, woman, eat your salad. There we go. Speaking of long blunts, I was testing something yesterday. I'm a big pipe tobacco enjoyer personally, and I say big. I only really do it every once or 3 or 4 weeks. But what I was testing was I had a cigar that was given to me as a gift, and the cigar was it's really good. I like the Sungrass Cuban cigars, but they're really long. Like we're talking like a cigar like longer than my head here. And I found out that if you smoke like part of a cigar and then split the end off of it, The fact that the smoke passes through it kind of makes it less good on subsequent smokings. So the way, I guess you're supposed to split a cigar, you're supposed to split it before you ever smoke it, and then just smoke the small half. That, I never really liked the idea of that, because then, you know, when it's really short, then the smoke is extremely hot when it hits you. So what I was trying was split just a very small chunk off of it and put it into my pipe. Problem is, pipe tobacco is packed very differently, so it just didn't work out right. Didn't work out right. I'm sure it's possible, but I am a noob when it comes to the smokings, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Honestly, I don't want any habit forming here. Hey, how's it going? Said hi. I say hi back. We're going to use the duct tape we just picked up to recharge a couple more filters. And keep track of the wood glue, though. That's the thing that I'm going to run out of more than anything. We're down to 3 3/4 sticks of wood glue. I need to get some matching light bulbs for these new ones. That's a good task to do before we hit the sack here. He's right, you know. Yeah, voting in the US is very weird when you try to factor in all the strange rules that go state by state. I mean, even outside of those rules, it's weird, but the way the parties are set up, one party generally benefits way more than another if you extend the franchise to as many people possible, and then just tell them, hey, go vote, without really informing them very much. And if you know, you know, and if you don't, well, that's all right. We don't need no poli-sci degrees here. These outdoor light bulbs here, or outdoor lights, have these beautiful warm incandescent sort of bulbs. I like to use these more for the outdoor lights. I do kind of like them indoor too. Much better. Now I can actually see in all directions. Now, one thing you might notice is that how unbelievably bloody the long blunt weapon is. This is something that isn't really explained anywhere in the game, but the lower you are skill with a weapon, the bigger of a mess you make. That's only really going to be important for people like who take the hemophobic trait if you're afraid of blood and your character gets stressed while they're bloody. It's important to pick one weapon type and focus on that, laser focus on that, and only use that as often as possible, because then you're playing to your well, you're making yourself more efficient that way. I think we're set. Yeah, we're set to go ahead and go to bed here. Overnight, we will have to make some more food. Oh, wow. It dropped below freezing indoors last night. That's even colder. Very warm now. What to do if you max it out then? Well, I mean, you know, that's... If you've maxed out a weapon skill, then you're far beyond the early game concerns of stress management when you're bloody or something like that. At that point, you have ascended. I've only ever maxed a few weapon skills in this game. This character is the first time I've ever maxed Longblade. Annie maxed Short Blunt. It took her longer than it should have because she started switching to Longblade after a little while too. Let's do some more salads, I think. Oh, yeah, it is. It is January 3rd. It was New Year's Day when we started the stream. Yeah, let's just do like 8 kale here. 7, 8. Thawed the kale, and now it is cooked. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? Thank you. I've got a bit of a change to my over-the-shoulder camera. I dusted off my Sony HDR FX7 from a long time ago. I would have been using it from the start if I had had that little revelation that I had more recently that for the longest time, the only way that I thought that I could get it to pipe input to a computer was through FireWire. I bought a PCIe card and everything for that, but FireWire has never been meant for high bandwidth real-time data transmission. It's weaker than USB in that regard. So what I ended up doing was just, it's got an HDMI output. I never really would have considered just using an HDMI capture card. But I did, and it works amazingly. It's as real-time as the USB camera on top. You can see it's synced pretty much perfectly. And I have plenty of other uses for an HDMI capture card in addition to this. If I ever wanted to play some of my Nintendo 64 titles that I enjoy muchly, I perhaps will stream some of those at some point. Geez Louise, down to single-digit Fahrenheit outdoors right now. That is pretty cold. That would explain why I was getting cold last night. We still have a couple of hours before it's second bedtime. I'm actually going to take a look at a couple of the clothing stores here on 1st Street. I can think of at least one here at the top of 1st and Jackson. But there's also, going over in this direction, there's the one that's next door to Reed Office Building. I think that's entirely leather jackets, though. I'll take a quick peek at it, but I expect that we'll spend more time in, whatchamacallit, in the, Dressed to the 90s is the name of the other clothing shop. Only 7 days left of school. It's, sounds like exam time. Hopefully that's been going well. There we are, a Hugo plush. I'm pretty sure it's like almost 100% leather jackets here. Sorry, leather coats and leather jackets. Yeah. Regrettably, there's not... I mean, I'm literally wearing a leather jacket that I made myself. I will take a steel sheet, though. It's probably all the same back here, yeah. This is just a place to go to if I want to get like 200 billion leather strips. Because we could rip all these apart and get tons and tons of leather strips. Otherwise, anything that gets me steel sheets is never a waste of time. Maybe even a Betty poster. Yeah. Nah, that's, I feel you on that. I can still learn new things, but I feel like I'm slower than ever. Yeah, okay. We'll come back here later if we ever feel like getting tons of leather strips. Oh, and there's a... we disassembled a car here. I completely forgot about this. More steel sheets. I'm always in favor of cleaning up my roads. And, unlike before, we have a destination for everything I just picked up. Some of which will go into the trash. I'll sort through this later. Betty shall watch over me in my sleep here. She's got a light coming out of her head there. You know what? I'm here for it. All right, this time we shouldn't get too cold overnight. We've got the vest and the hat on, so our entire body is red, if not orange. That should keep us insulated to the point where even if it gets further below freezing, we'll be fine overnight. Big should. These two salads here, I'm actually going to go ahead and oil them up a little bit. We should have some olive oil here. Well, big should. We don't. So how about mustard, and then we'll go outside. We should have olive oil outside. Alright, since it's still very cold, we will do what I was gonna do last night and head up the road to see rest of the 90s over here. Did I leave the car running overnight? I think I did. I'm an idiot. That lady's screaming because I did it again. There we are. All this real estate and the racks are much farther apart than a standard clothing shop. Shell suit jackets, jeans, shell suit pants, lumberjack shirts. Those are actually pretty warm. Shell suit jackets are borderline useless, though. They block your Alice kits, and you can't repair them. Long sleeve tees without holes in them. I'll take one of those. You know I don't hate that music t-shirt here. Everything else looks pretty mid. Alrighty, for anybody joining, welcome. We're getting a little warmed up here. Literally getting warmed up. We just raided a clothing shop because it is dead middle of winter, January 3rd. It's single-digit temperatures with wind chill. Being indoors only helps us so much. Put this tank top and the lumberjack shirt somewhere nearby here. Because these two are very warm. If I wear these overnight, I should have no problem staying warm. All right. Yeah, memorizing equations is only useful if you're going into research. And the vast majority of people don't go into research. Alright, no need to go this way, for the most part. Unless I wanted to clear the area at the mouth of the bridge. But that would require more car movement, I think. I could just come up here and do a toot. If I do a toot up here, then I could turtle a little bit more with long blunt. See, this forest up here, I can guarantee you that there's a number of Zeds hanging out up here somewhere, behind these tree lines that I can't really see well. So I just mosey up there and do a toot of the horn. Servers are just desktops with more networking stuff. If you can do desktop work, you can do server work, given enough time. I was expecting to see some people coming from right to left up here. There they are. Alright, here we go. Yep. More people coming from left to right. And speaking of left to right, we'll do some left to right here. If we need to. Every time I think I'm going to need to, I don't. That random crit. But here's the magic question. Was it a Windows server? Or was it just a, was it a running Samba with, whatchamacallit? Good old-fashioned everything before Active Directory.
Hey.
1, 2, 3 coming from the right. One behind. Let's deal with this one first. Two behind. 3, 4. That, horn honking can displace them in very strange ways. I'm gonna displace myself, too. Sounds like somebody on my 6 orbiting. There we go. Yeah, just these two here.
Hey!
See how many there actually were up here? They just came from all over the place when I tooted the horn. That's why we toot, but not directly in the place we want to be fighting. Offset a little bit. We can go down this side of the road for now. Oops. Be careful with that. Hey, what does PHP stand for?
Hey!
Oh, look at that. Thought it was clear on the right side of the road, but nope. Still got people coming out of nowhere. I wish I would say that you're wrong, but no, it's not very good. It does something, but could be a lot better. Still plenty up here behind this tree. Thinking they can hide where I can't see them. Nah, fam. Don't accept this encroachment from the right side here. There's a lot of it. I shouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of Zed over there on the right, in front of the water. You should generally assume that as you get closer to the water anywhere in Louisville, more Zeds usually. Laravel, that's something I've never heard of. Got some quality leering, perhaps. And there we are. We actually got exerted. That is a consequence of being low level with a weapon. We are only level 1 with long blunt. I do not intend on leveling it all the way up. We're just, I've noticed that getting 1 level has already eased us, it's eased our ability to do, sledgehammer usage. So we're doing this, we're leveling this for entirely for tool use. Oof. That's one of those things that, well, if I was a customer, I would hate it, but I'm sure that there are plenty of businesses that benefit from it. One thing that I could, probably the entire world could do without is fucking QR codes in place of restaurant menus. That never should have become a thing, and it's regrettable to the nth degree that it ever did. It's not hard to print out a couple pages of paper, guys. It's not hard at all. I know you're saving a couple bucks on graphic design, most likely, but we got AI now. You don't have that excuse anymore. AI can slop you together a restaurant menu that 99% of people won't tell the difference because it's simplistic. Gravy mix. We can make gravy. Ketchup. I do have a printer, but I have not used it in many, many, many years. One of those Epson photo printers. Bought it for university. And I did use it a couple of times, but I would not say that I got my money's worth out of it. Hello. Fucking jump scare motherfucker. Already halfway to Long Blunt level 2. I'm gonna feel tempted to use Long Blunt until this mace breaks. Once this mace breaks, I'll be, even if I don't get level 2, I'm gonna feel like I'm done with it. I do not want to grind too hard. 5 sledgings in a row is probably more than enough, but it's the principle of the thing. If I can get a little bit more, I'll try to. interesting. Oh, I can see him all the way on the other side there. I don't feel like having to take hard corners if I don't have to. So, get this out of my way here. This is a bread shop. I will love some yeast here. Certainly love some yeast. But I'm not going to get any. That was the only one I'm going to get. I think we have enough flour back at Cozy Box. Flour is one of those things, if you take back all of it that you find, you're going to find yourself drowning in it, and you're not going to know what to do with it all. Regrettably, the stuff you can make with flour almost always seems to have some other requirement that's extremely annoying. Like bread. You can't make flatbread. You've got to have yeast in order to make bread in this game. So all that flour you can get from grinding corn flour by mass-growing corn or wheat. Now there's some other stupid-ass fucking gate in order to actually use it all for something extremely useful. My God, if we can make flatbread in this game, I would I would enjoy it. So this is another Starbucks right here. I do not have high expectations, though. When I was here on Annie, we got 0.0 coffee from this entire shop. Perhaps it was bad luck. Perhaps the place just sucks. Perhaps it was bad suck. Another gingerbread man. Of course, there's no coffee in here. At least we got some sugar. Maybe milk? Yeah, we'll get some milk. All right. As just like last time, an entire 2-story Starbucks with 0.0 bullets of coffee in it. It's a friggin' embarrassment. Franchisees should be ashamed of themselves. 3/4 of the way to Long Blunt level 2. We can finish that out. The fact that the words DIY 3D printer are a sentence that can be uttered without like any sort of humor behind it, that's just the amazing thing about open source software. Falling back because I don't trust that tree. And it makes it all the more egregious what Bamboo is doing right now. But I know I'm preaching to the choir on that. I do hope Elegoo is a decent, reputable printer manufacturer. I have been considering just biting the bullet and stepping up my plans on it, because if I keep waiting, then I'm going to have to deal with the stupid-ass New York legislation that's going to start. Printer manufacturers are just going to get lazy, and they're going to start applying it to wherever you buy it from. So because the people in New York want to lock down their machines, or rather, sorry, the bureaucrats in New York want to lock down everybody's machines, next thing you know, the whole country does. Can you fashion some sort of rudimentary lathe? This is a very easy way to get kills if you know what you're doing. But even if you know what you're doing, it's still dangerous. Nope. Left and right. Left and right. It's been a long time since I've had to do that. It's alright. That's alright. Customer support. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, depending on the customer base, I get the privilege of having a specific clientele. But I have not forgotten what customer-facing retail was like. That's something that I went through that I don't ever want to have to go through again if I can avoid it. Not bad. Honestly, considering we tooted the horn up here, this level of clearance is great. Doesn't guarantee that it's clear, but I'll take it. We stopped gaining weight, which tells me, man, we are really cooking those calories here. Damn it. Okay. That means I could eat another stick of butter. As stupid as it is, we just found this. I'll wash that down with a sugar cookie later. That will make me less unhappy. We're really close to the next level of long blunt. I'm sure there'll be a few Zeds down this road. One of the things we'll find if we go down this road right here, to the left, is in that direction there is a... what's it called? Army surplus. And there we could potentially find some... I'm kind of hoping for some more vests, honestly, because that would be the perfect thing to keep me warm overnight in the dead of winter here, when things get really cold. Oh man, that, yeah. That's truly cursed. The latest insurance company model is to just deny everything. hopefully useful things from that one. Clothing store right here, but I don't know what kind of clothing store. The label is not visible from this angle. Worth parsing through, I guess, if I'm in the market for something warmer. But it doesn't look, I can already tell it doesn't look very impressive. Lumberjack shirts, whenever I see those, I'm just like, alright, yeah, it's one of those. These shoe counters very rarely actually have shoes on them. Hey, it looks like they do for this one. Last store I was in definitely did not. That parking lot back there is a liability. We'll want to check that from a much safer approach than some random doorway. Yep, as expected, nothing overly impressive. But at least I can say I checked. Forget about this. Do we have good... Nah, the regular tires. Still in the market for good tires if I can find any, but, yeah. Nothing overly impressive there. Bookstore here. At least I think, yeah. Looted and trashed, so nothing. Oh, I remember this. This is a toy store. So there's a Starryplex, that's a cinema, and then on the other side is something else, and a little further in is the, what's it called? The, Army Surplus. You wanted to see the armor diagram? Sure. I should probably post that at some point in the descriptions. Imgur. And my account. And here we are. I'll call it a diatribe, not a diagram. Calling it a diagram is probably lending it a little bit more dignity than it deserves. It's a screed, a manifesto, if you will. Yeah, I suppose one thing that I probably am doing is I might be over-relying on some things that I take for granted. In an attempt to keep myself from getting too confident, I don't often, glaze things that I'm probably pretty good at it, like my reaction time and whatnot. But I do kind of maintain if you can learn all the unwritten rules, then Zomboid is only as dangerous as driving driving on a highway in traffic, which is dangerous, but I mean, at the same time, most people can pull it off. But that's partially just, because we've figured out how to make traffic laws something that are technically very easy to follow, but not. Still doesn't mean everybody's going to follow it, but it's a lot easier than a game like this. Yeah, we only need about 15 more experience. I'm getting about 3 per kill, so one more small group would be more than enough. Laces. That's a shoe store, I'm imagining. I expected a lot of dudes in this parking lot. I'm okay with it if there's not, to be honest. Because there will be buildings full of zombies nearby that we can spill, and then use this parking lot to bomb them. Being patient and keeping schedule. You know, man, I wish I could do that in real life. That's, I would definitely not say that that's something I have a universal skill in, but I guess I've learned to do it right in PZ at least. My God, if I could just be patient and keep a schedule in real life, I would definitely not still be trying to save up for a down payment on a house in my mid-30s. I suspect we're going to see some more Zeds up here through this tree line. No better time than now to evaluate that. We're in a vehicle, so what are they going to do to me? Just try to slap at my windshield impotently. I got perfect windshields on this thing. We'll have to do a little bit more than some slapping to get through that. Interesting. This is sending my susometer up. Something about the way it moved. I think this is one of those ones that's going to stand up when I go past him. No? He doesn't have to. Nope, made it all the way up to the Ohio River. It's interesting to see that they added sand up here. Can we maybe get some clay up here too? Maybe? Maybe just a little bit of clay in Louisville? Maybe? I don't expect it. Most of Louisville, you're just getting grass all the way up to the water line, just like this. Nowhere else on the map does it do that, but here in Louisville, grass to the water line. I'm pretty sure most grasses cannot handle being periodically inundated. You would drown it, and it would die, and it would go back to being dirt at the riverside. That's why most riversides are full of dirt. You would have to have something like a... I was watching some more Midwest safety the other day. I love my cop slop, dude. I'm getting obsessed with it. But they were doing a it's the one about the $3 million yacht. Some dude from Russia, draft dodger from Russia, came over here and stole some dude's $3 million yacht and tried to sail away with it. He never made it out of the Jupiter Channel down in Florida. But I bring that up because Florida has got some very interesting foliage at the side of their freshwater rivers, or that's probably a brackish river. It was really close to the ocean. I have limits to that mentality, K2. Maybe it's not a spawn destination, but it's not a spawn point, but it's a destination location. Ooh, look at that! There's a bull driver in there that's not damaged. Threatened me with a good time. What would I need to do to get to that? I believe we can just vault these. Yeah, these are not like the concrete barriers. They've not been messed with. And I've got my sledgehammer, so... who knows, maybe the targets that we're about to hit will be enough to get us to the next level of long blunt. Cop Slop is... I just love the name, Cop Slop. Because that's all it really is. I mean, for them, for the cops that you're looking at the body camera footage of, it's just their day-to-day operations. As silly as it might end up being. But there is nothing that has red-pilled me more on what my clients have to go through all the time than watching some Cop Slop here on YouTube. Like I talk to my clients, I understand some of what they go through, but it's nothing compared to seeing an actual, body cam of what they got to deal with every day. I don't know why I'm bothering trying to pull them over to the side of the street here, because I'm not going to say that I'm never going to clear this road, but boy howdy, these guys will be long decomposed by the time I ever try to clear this road. So I really don't need to be killing them on the side of the road, but force of habit. Hey, there we go, long blunt level 2. At this point, I don't intend on getting 3, but I mean, I've got the weapon in my hands, I might as well use it. The hell? Did that zombie just crawl out of the water? It looked like she had flipped over this railing, which is... Alright. This is the metal long mace. I actually was going to do a short blunt version of it, but I forgot to give it the correct handle, and it ended up being a long blunt, and I was like, huh, well, why not? Because the mace head you can turn into a mace head that you make at the blacksmith plus a short bat. That gives you a short mace. Mace head plus a long handle gives you one of these. This is long mace. I don't know if I'm qualified to handle 3 fast at once, though. See how this plays out. Oh, one of them's not even coming. Okay. We got this. Left and right. And dead. No, there's no metal handles for that. I believe you have to use wood. Although I haven't checked the graphic manual. Hang on. Now you got my almonds activated. Hang on. I don't... Assemble mace. Possible items. Large handle, short bat. There's no metal handles. It's not possible. It should be. I would agree strongly that it should be possible. But it's not currently. Now that truck we spotted might be a preserved vehicle, but if it's not, then it's going to be pretty difficult to tow out of here. Right there behind me. That guy right there. Fuck this guy. Alright, what are we looking at here? Hey, Chammy, how's it going? This is a preserved vehicle, hell yeah. So this is 31 West, this is the Clark Memorial Bridge. This is on the other side of Louisville. And the only reason I came out here was to kill a few zombies for leveling Long Blunt, but as fate would have it, we've also found a preserved dash bull driver of the fire variety. I could go looking for the key, I don't care. These windows are already damaged, so I'm just gonna yank this window. Or shall I say yeet this window. My keyring for Louisville is already full anyway. Now that being said, if I'm going to be driving a vehicle, it will have a left window on it. Front left is your driver's side window. If you don't have a window on your driver's side, or if it's down, you're a free snack. Don't do that. The zombie can reach right into your driver's side door there and yeet you. Speaking of windows, this one's probably full of broken ones. Yeah, garbage. So here's what I'm going to do. Since that one is preserved, I will get it out of here, but I'm going to go through this side. All I got to do for that is we're also gonna test what sledgehammering feels like at long blunt level 2. As of level 1 long blunt, I was able to sledge 5 times in a row without getting red muscle strain, and red muscle strain is what we're trying to avoid here. So let's start counting. There's 1, there's 2, 3, 4. It's 5. And 6 got us red. Okay, so we're not yet to the point where we can do 6. So that's dangerous. Do not ever bring yourself to red muscle strain. Always stop whatever it is you're doing before you get to the red. Because once you're in the red, you're no longer combat effective, and it takes longer for it to go away. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Yellow, I can at least kill him with like a sword or something. Let's put that sledge away. Oh my god, no, that's, God. I don't ever want to hear that from my boss. We've got a lot to talk about. Oh, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Way to send my heart rate into orbit. Alright, so this preserved fire truck that we've just landed now has a lovely way to get off of the bridge without having to go through all this nasty burned wreck nonsense. Now I'm curious to see if we'll actually be able to tow it. Can I hook it up? Nope. I might be able to hook it up front to rear, though. That seems to have been the thing we can do now. Why specifically front to rear? I don't know. That would be a question for the Indy Stone. I don't think this is intentional. They changed something to do with hooking up towing vehicles for, they changed it because there were weird things happening when you tried to hook up a trailer at a perpendicular angle. Sometimes vehicles would fly into orbit when you did that. I think whenever they tried to fix that, they fucked some other things up in the process. So I don't think this is intentional. I could be wrong, but there's at least precedent to say that because they were screwing with something else, they could have very easily broken whatever it is we're dealing with here. Yeah, imagine trying to navigate all this burned wreck nonsense. To be honest, this sidewalk probably would have worked. Oh well. Bushes are never my friend. Even when they're not capable of damaging me, I still hate them. I've never seen myself come to a complete stop on bushes before. That is, disconcerting to say the least. Alright. Back out on the highway. We don't have too far to go now. You know, KTO, when that update comes out, that's probably also going to be the you need coke to make steel update. I've been dreading both of them, and for some reason I feel like we're going to get a double whammy. I feel like we're going to get coke is required to do steel at the blacksmith, and wood charcoal now takes 7 days to burn. And we're going to get both of those long before we have NPCs to do it for us. Because, fuck you, that's why. Yes, your light bar will make a fine addition to my collection. Where should we put this one? Let's put it over here by Marine Bites. It's probably fine. Somewhere where it's in the light and I can work on it. More buckets for the bucket god. This just goes to show you how long it's been since we've had rain. Kind of wild. Since we're still trying to gain weight, I'm going to oil up these salads. Expedition van right here has got all my olive oil in it. Mustard also has pretty decent calories, so if you're trying to get some calories out of your salads, mustard is an option. I wish ketchup was. I know that sounds a little bit heretical to put ketchup on a salad, but I mean, it's the consistency and condimental purpose is exactly the same as ketchup, or mustard rather. So I mean, basically what I'm trying to say, if you can put mustard on something, you should be able to put ketchup on it too. It just doesn't make sense to only allow one. Alright, it's a little early. That's alright. Bedtime for the first bedtime here. I have to step away briefly, IRL. Of course, I got cold again. This is tiresome. I am going to set a fire. That is this is the instant fix for being cold. It's not the most sustainable fix because, of course, it costs wood. But, yeah, I will, have our girl chill here, or shall I say warm up here. And I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. Claimed you got in their face. Oh man, that's where the security footage comes in. I hate that. I hate it when somebody claims something and, oh man. That's something I see so often on the Cops Lot videos. Be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Yeah, man. That, You're just a worker. Oh, boy. I don't miss any of that. Blue-collar customer service is, my heart goes out to you. Even white-collar customer service, if you're dealing with a public-facing situation, that can get tiresome. Hey, KTO, or sorry, Command, how's it going? I already said hi to KTO today. He doesn't get a second one. 3 a.m., so we've got 2 hours to work with. I think I'm going to... We do have some metal that we need to sort. Jeez Louise, it's almost down to the negatives. January 4th, 1995. Guess it was pretty cold. So look at that, we're already cold just from being outside for a short period of time here. That's what we've got the beret and the hunting vest for. That should keep us warm long enough to finish this up at least. Oh dear. Yeah, the less time you have to worry about other people, the better. We're about to fill up our second box of steel bar quarters. Those are by far the most common thing we get from these vehicular deconstructions of steel bar quarters. I'm pretty sure steel metal scrap is 100% useless. I won't delete it yet, but tentatively I'll chuck it in the garbage here. The hell? I could be seeing things, but I'm pretty sure I just saw a hornet. That would be the last thing I want to see right now. There's some outside my apartment. Probably have a nest back there somewhere, but if one of them got in here, then I'm gonna have to chase the bastard down. Yep, that's a massive fucking hornet. Okay, shoot. Well, where's my I have a tactical weapon for this. Or do I? I might have taken it somewhere else. One moment, folks. Alright, well, I think I'm back. Kind of feel bad right now. The thing was coming at me, and I hit it with an aerosol. The aerosol is not powerful enough to kill it on contact. I think I just injured it, and now I can't find it. So I actually kind of feel bad. I'm not like a bug lover or anything, but I don't like injuring things and not administering coup de grace. Regrettably, the thing probably landed somewhere and is now suffering. This just shit that I hit it with is meant for, it's meant for really small things. It's not meant for massive hornets. So, damn, whatever. That's, it shouldn't have invaded my house, I guess, but, whatever. Yeah, it's probably gonna die in some corner, regrettably. Whatever. You see, the problem is, when I'm running the streaming lights up there, this is the only light source in the entire foyer. And because of that, it's incentivized to come back to me. Whatever. I had some anxiety around bees for a huge chunk of my life, but I'm more or less, I don't want to say I'm 100% over it, but I'm still protective of myself. I do not want to take a sting from something that huge. We're talking like, it was about this big, probably. The wingspan is probably making it look bigger than it actually is, but... Yes, a hornet in the house, yes. I actually considered, because, you know, it's not very compelling content for you to sit there and wait for me to come back. I have finished my remote streaming infrastructure. So I could have given you guys a combat cam. That would have been an interesting test. It also would have shown exactly how messy my apartment is, though, so I'm not particularly keen for that. But I actually have, what's it called, the FF Play line that I need to fire up a remote listener for an SRT stream. Still open right here. This extremely long string of text right here fires up FF Play and has it listen for a SRT feed sent over my VPN to back to my computer here from anywhere remote. There's about a 4-second delay usually. Well, that's the thing. I don't want to necessarily compare myself to the Roach King in that regard. I want to say that, well, nah, that's something I'm not very secure about. When he started going out there and talking about the things he went through with his teeth, that hit a little too close to home for me. I'm like, God damn it, I don't want to compare myself to this guy because that's just going to make me uncomfortable. I'm more similar to him than I ever wanted to be. Admittedly, I can say that I don't leave food trash anywhere. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit guilty with empty containers sometimes, but empty containers notwithstanding. I do not leave actual literal food anywhere. I always clean that shit up, so I can at least say that, and if there was a dead rat in my apartment, it would not be there very long at all. It would be gone very quickly. Yes, no, that's when Asmund started showing other parts about his lifestyle, I was like, oh no. Oh no. I did not need to know that. Because that means that means I'm overheating right now. Look at that. So I'm not even generating any body heat at all, but I'm overheating because of this extra getup. So I guess I'll take the vest off. And that fixed it. Okay. So a vest plus a fireplace. Of course, that's a little too warm for even the deadest of winters. Honestly, I could probably go to sleep wearing very little if I just had this fire going all night. 5 crowns. Oh, You know, alright. I don't necessarily want to... I'm not going to show anybody pictures or anything here, but I do have a text file here. I have a text file. What did I do with it? Yeah, okay. I decided... I'm not a dentist. I don't know anything technical about teeth. But what I did is I stuck a camera in my mouth, because I know how cameras work. And I took inventory of what the damage is. And I compared what my tooth looked like versus one that's actually intact. And yeah, just look at the integrity numbers. That is, I'm surprised some of them are still intact. That's all I can say about that. Long story behind my teeth, but it's sort of like a pincer movement, right? I have some medications that I take that reduce saliva flow, so it actually causes the hell's it called? Caries from like the top down. Abfractive caries. That's what. So that's from the top down, while most damage comes from like the bottom up. But yeah, some of these are absolutely going to have to be extracted and replaced. I hopefully won't have to get a full mouth of new teeth like Asmund did. I don't want that. I would not wish it on anybody. Actually, it is bedtime. I was about to go back outside, but we are ready for our second bedtime here. Did you really? Yeah, no, because I mean, like, you know, I'm very paranoid about spending money right now. Oh, I ran out of wood on the campfire. Okay. We're fine. It's just a little bit chilly. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm very paranoid about spending money, so I'm like, okay, I'm no dentist, I can't diagnose myself, but I can at least look at each of my teeth and be like, all right, how intact is this one? How intact is that one? And just get a very basic understanding of it. Needless to say, it's probably going to hit the 5 figures when I do pull the trigger on that. All in good time. It is, yes, I would agree with that. I would very much agree with that, because my teeth were still in a pretty decent shape back when I worked at the grocery store. And as part of a makeover that one of my friends suggested, I got a whitening. And, well, it was hardly the whitening that I won a lot of attention that made me feel uncomfortable. Let me put it that way. I was just like, in the subject of pictures that I don't mind showing off, I've got this picture of me that I did clear for public release here. This is from, where is it? Oh, did I put it in cringe? I think I put it in cringe. Yes. 2017. Yes, 2017, this is what I looked like. It doesn't include my teeth, but needless to say, that yeah, we're the same person. I know it doesn't look like we are, but we are. We are the same person. I'd probably have to take off my glasses, and then you'd have to imagine what I look like without the beard, and also imagine me, what is it, almost 10 years younger now? But you can't see my teeth in this photo, regrettably, but they actually looked pretty damn good because, yeah, somebody I was hanging around with at the time suggested, oh, get a whitening, and I'm like, all right, fine. Yeah, no, that's me. I'm not kidding. The phrase "he cleans up well" comes to mind. I could never maintain that, not unless there was a very strong incentive to do so, because you know that what you guys saw right there, that's like monthly haircuts right there. That's another $60-70 a month on haircuts is what that is. Yeah, same hairline. Go figure. You know, we could bypass the problem of cold entirely if we just did some more work on Bateman here. That's, I think, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a few floors of Bateman here. Okay. I can blame the lag for that, but I should have been prepared for that. I think we're okay, but no, there was a bit of a lag spike there, and I turned too late. I was gonna stay on the sidewalk. We lost some integrity in the windshield for that, so new windshield for the fire truck is on order. Alright, so we do not need the super warm gear here. You know, that's something I'm probably, I should probably talk to my dad about. My dad has got, well, I don't want to call him bald, but he's got like the, what is it? This part of the hairline just keeps receding almost indefinitely. And to the point where he just rocks really short hair now, so it's almost, you almost can't notice it. Right. So we're going to take the shotgun upstairs, put that on my back here, and all of the shells. I'm going to swap the bandolier so that we have a shells bandolier instead of a bullets. All right. Got ourselves a lovely little shotgun there with about 250 shells for it. And I'm going to take these 4 boxes of 357. I do not want to actually have to open too many of them. So I'll take them with me, but hopefully I won't have to use them. I could do some more 9mm. Yes, I might do some more 9mm. Let's take a few of these 9mm mags. I'll take a few of those 9mm mags and then just one backup of 357. Okay, let's move up. Approach vectors. Hey, you know what? That's kind of a math that I would love to learn. Godspeed, my man. Good luck, and don't waste your money. Remember, you're paying to be there. You know what? I'll take the armor. I'll take the heavy armor. I sometimes forget about it. Today is not going to be one of those days. I will remember to bring my heavy armor with me. If anybody's not familiar with my armor getup, I usually don't wear it outdoors, at least not very often. But in closed quarters areas like this, it's a lot better to be safe than sorry. So my armor really just constitutes the bone choker and the coat of plates here, and then the fingerless gloves. Now, regrettably, the coat of plates is very heavy. In order to not be over-encumbered to second stage, I have to have the shotgun in my hands. So that's fine. I do fervently believe that the current generation is capable of rocketry just as much as the, whatchamacallit, the boomers were. The boomers in early Gen X, who put us on the moon and whatnot, before promptly declaring that NASA's budget wasn't necessary and making sure that we didn't go to the moon again for decades upon decades. Alright, here we are in the stench zone. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I got my armor, but I forgot my respirator. You know, let me just, hang on a second. There is a way to find out if one of these zombies has a respirator mask on it. Because we're in a construction area, and we've got construction Zeds. What we do is we walk around and look at our crafting menu and see if we can see a remove filters recipe. Because if we do, then some of these Zeds in the area might be wearing a respirator mask that we can pick up. But I'm not seeing one. True. And you know what? I kind of hope that our generation lives to see a space race with China. Because, I mean, if that's what it takes, if it takes a massive national rival in order to actually get us to the moon and get us to, you know, invest in the space race, then sure, why not? Better that than a war, right? I'll take it. You're hired. Alright, regrettably, we could not find a respirator mask on any of these Zeds. I'll take a quick look in these boxes, but I don't have any expectations. It's much better off to just go downstairs and grab it. These crates are technically workshop loot tables, so the chances of finding a respirator are certainly non-zero. That doesn't make it likely. Murphy's Law on some shit, we don't have a lot of chances. Yeah, whose tires are they pumping up here? Pretty sure it's not even possible to have tires this high up. Okay, no respirators up here. We're just gonna go down to the truck. As much as I'm loath to just do this again. And of course, we're getting super hot from all the up and down of the stairs. I'll take the jacket off until we finish this. I also don't need to be wearing the scarf as long as I have as long as I have my choker on. I do not need to ever wear the scarf. So we'll take 2 replacement filters and the mask itself. Now we should have everything we need. I'm not taking the sledgehammer this time because I know if I take it, I will forget about it again. I'm probably going to delete these dividers at some point. They were very useful, but then, actually, they're still very useful in case somebody falls or starts coming up from the bottom. I need to hear them coming if that happens. Alright, I think we're approaching potential territory here, so on goes the jacket, on goes the respirator. I'm going to have to turn the volume up a little bit. I have some stuff in the background that's making noise here. Okay. I can't remember if it was the next floor or the one after that, but I do remember stopping at the highest floor we'd hit so far and killing some Zeds on the stairs, so it's either this one or the next one. I'm starting to hear mouth breathing. It was the next one. This one we've... Oh, right. We've also entered the... This is where we could have Zeds coming from multiple angles. There's a second set of stairs. I'm going to put the shotgun into my backpack for now. Until we find out where the next big swarms are. Then we'll take it back out. Otherwise, I can't melee if it's on my back. It's too heavy. Alright. This staircase is probably not as bad as the other because this one is, forgot my food. I'm not going up and down the stairs again. We're going to find something locally, or we'll just tough it out. I think we already checked the break room here for anything edible. Every single desk is a possibility for somebody to have left a lunchbox. I believe that was a Hitman reference. We looked into a garbage bag, and we found a bloody suit. Oh, okay. See these zombies who've got bags on them. Every one of these bags could have some food in it. Sometimes these bags will have like lunch bags in them. That one had plonkies in it. Hello. Incoming. Half health sledgehead. That's pretty nice. Okay, we've bought ourselves a little bit of time there. Okay, come on now. Come down here, you dorks.
Hey!
The moment I hit Q there, I heard somebody to my right. That is probably somebody upstairs. Oh, I remember we were kind of cheesing this here. If you're next to the stairs, you can do this. It's not the best solution, though. Much safer to just do the predictable thing. There's still plenty of them up there, hanging around near the door. So I'm just gonna kind of chill here, because if they see me from up there, then they'll come down here. Meanwhile, I can loot these guys for some lunch. Except nobody's got any. Just a bunch of empty duffel bags. That should be a federal crime. Why would you carry around a duffel bag with nothing in it? That's just sus. Massive sus.
Hey!
Hopefully that'll attract a few people. I have noticed that if they're stuck on the railing up here, we can target them. But I'm not getting any targets here. Okay. As much as I'd rather not. Hang on. Got our target. Incoming. Blind shot, and she's down. Something else that we can do is the zombies seem to have the ability to see us through these stairs no matter how far down the stairs we are. So if I stand right here, I can also shoot up through the stairs at them. So if somebody steps onto the stairs here, I can actually, my character will start aiming up at them. But we're not getting any crosshairs. I just feel like the moment I step up there, there's going to be somebody just at a tile right next to me. I'm going to take the other staircase. I don't even think the zombies have ever used it. I've got all these barricades so that I'll hear them coming if they use it, but I've never seen them actually use any of these. You see the distinctive lack of corpses on this side of the building. Alright, here goes nothing. Oh, interesting. Okay. I see. Yes, alright. So that staircase, that's not like an alternative staircase. That was just for this particular bullpen. They wanted to give the managers a place to walk around and look over their employees' shoulders from on high. Some Amazon type shit here. So I'm gonna room by room up here then. Some rotten veggies. Nice. Ah, lunchbox. That's what I'm looking for. Of course, nothing in it. 10 out of 10. Who brings a hand scythe and throws it in there? Throws it away in their office trash. See, this is what we would see a lot of on the lower floors, is desks like these, which don't even have storage in them. So the lower floors never even gave us shots at more glue. Hey, kidney beans! Oh, nice. We would have to we would have to have a stove to cook those. Now that's an executive office right there. They got their own TV. You know, we're probably out of range of the stink, too. No, we're not. I'll give her a break from the respirator, but, yeah, we won't be able to do that for too long. So we have a paint bucket right here. I actually think we can make a meal for ourselves. Paint bucket. We would just need, some stones to make a campfire of some sort. Which I don't think is going to happen. Okay, well, in that case, we've only got one set of stairs to work with here. Let me We do have some dividers up here somewhere, don't we? Actually, don't think we do. No, none of these offices have dividers. That must be a thing for the plebs on the lower floors, I guess. We could use these shelves for some effect. It would be limited, though. I wish we could do that. That would be amazing. Okay. So, the moment we crest these stairs, I believe the next floor spawns in. So, we're hungry, of course we are. There's nothing we can do about it at this point. We've already looked for food everywhere. Have we? Hang on. Yeah, here we go, here we go. We're saved from having to go back downstairs momentarily. This will at least give us a meal's worth. Ah! 2 bags of chips. That's the rest of the day right there. Beautiful. Okay, let's go. That was my only hesitation. It's a coffee shop up here. I don't think I hear any, Forgive me, I'm gonna have to... I don't hear any mouth breathing. Well... we're going to focus on open doors first. Ah. Being a fridge, there's not going to be too much, but I already found some butter. Wow, there's a fountain up here. Okay, this place is getting ritzier and ritzier. Should be no surprise there. Hello. I knew there'd be somebody. That probably came through my mic. Sorry about that. I've turned the volume up significantly so I can hear anybody mouth breathing. Didn't hear her, though. And that is, well, can't hear them all. It's a reminder to everybody who's glazing extinction mode as not being an inherently unfair thing. Just because the new sprinters have those very unique sounds. What happens when they just don't make sounds? Which is something that happens. If you play this game long enough, you'll notice it. Some zombies just don't feel like making the mouth noise. Okay, this floor is clear. And we have located a number of food assets and coffee. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm going to take this garbage bag out and establish a loot bag of stuff that is not immediately useful. Okay. My flashlight battery is just about to run out. So if I can locate a radio or something to disassemble, that'd be swell. Peanut butter. Random peanut butter. Alright then. We can actually... Holy crap, we get an average quality of sleep on the examination bench. That's kind of funny. I don't think we can move these. I have tried before. Wait a minute. Oh, we can! Holy crap! We can pick up both the dentist workstation and the exam bench. So we can make our own dentistry offices in our bases now. Hell yeah. Okay, very good to know. I will file that under consideration. We've got other tasks for the moment, but yeah. That should be everything on this floor. Yes. So, next floor. Next floor. Let me I'm actually over encumbered because of the stuff I picked up. Let's toss that in the loot bag here. And let's preemptively have a couple of soda drinks here. No. PC only has electrical parts, scrap electronics, or electrical wire. I do have a spare battery. I'm just going to use the spare battery. And I'm going to put it in now because the battery is going to die in the middle of combat if I don't. Oops. That's not the trash can. I always carry a spare battery with me. I just prefer not to use it if I can manage, because that just means that I'm locally sourcing where I can. But we're good. So the moment I crest this stairwell, we should get the next floor spawn in. Okay, so mystery has been solved as to why we didn't get anybody spawn in when we crested the staircase for this floor here. And that is because that's because we've got a landing. This floor that we just entered here is a 2-story floor. So I have an idea. Don't ask me how I just quietly moved an entire ass vending machine up the stairs. Sometimes Project Zomboid lets you do magical things. But what I'm trying to do is see if I can't use this as a kill corridor for at least a short period of time before I have to fall back. This will aid me in doing so by tightening them even further before I discharge the shotgun. And we're going to see if we can get away with that one more time here. Now, they'll make short work of these if I allow them to start attacking them. But in a perfect world, I won't do that. I don't foresee too many other things that I can use for barricading. Even if I could, we don't have a lot of room up there. We're likely to get, we're very likely to get, overwhelmed, quickly or not at all. Like, I feel like those are the only two options here. Either they swarm us and we have to fall back, or we, can manage them. And I feel like it's going to be the fallback option there. Excuse me. Okay. So we got some milk just in case we get thirsty. Oh, good question. Good question. Yep. Yep, what we just did is that accomplished nothing. Thank you for that. Probably won't have much of an effect there, but that's fine. Okay, so be it. Let's see what happens. I'm going to put the shotgun on my back. I should have done that already. And nobody responded to a quiet shout, so that's about all I can do to...
Hey!
I don't like this corridor at all. I really don't. I'm falling back a little further. Facing this direction, I'll feel a little safer. Oh, you know what? Falling back farther, farther, farther. Because I have no idea. They might be flipping over something that takes them all the way down here. I can't rule that out. Ammo check for the current mag. We're at 5. I'm going to adjust my volume again here, now that we know where they're at. Back to what it was before. Okay. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? We are joined us at the right moment. Just pulled the trigger on some big fight here. Interesting. You hear how there's a lot of sound, but, oh, yeah, see? This is what I thought might happen. Okay. Now, we're taking a lot of blind shots, because what I suspect is happening is they're getting stuck on these railings up here. Look at that. Strange things can happen. Okay, I'm going down a floor. We can shoot them up through the stairs here. That should hopefully subtract the those railings up there from the equation entirely. Gripping my mouse too tightly. They're still getting stuck on that railway up there. I have no idea what I'm shooting at, I'm going to be honest with you guys. All I know is that I can shoot them through the stairs. So when my character aims up and she's got a crosshair, I'm going to take the shot. It's probably not a very efficient use of ammo at all. But at least I know that while I'm on this floor, they can't randomly succeed at jumping over the railing and appearing around me. At the upper floor there, I can't guarantee that. I probably, another thing about this is if I take a blind shot, I could be shooting him in the leg or something. Something that would do almost nothing to a zombie. And with the 9mm, it's possible to waste an entire magazine. If you just shoot a zombie on weak, non-weak spots, like the arms or the limbs or something, you could waste half a magazine with the 9mm and do nothing. But yeah, you can shoot up to 3 floors, I think. I have no idea where she is, but she thinks she can get to me. So she can see me wherever she is. There. Well, I heard a thump. Alright. Spooky, scary ragdolls. See, I never got a good understanding of what the upper floor looks like, and we did see some of them falling down from the upper floor, so... Alright, I no longer hear massive quantities of them. So that tells me that... What does that tell me? That doesn't tell me anything, really. There could still be a number of them up there. Yeah, that makes sense. This guy right here, he's going to be stuck in a glitched ragdoll state for a very long time. And that's going to panic both my character and me when I see it, but there's nothing we can do about that. So the landing that I'm aiming at, I should have clear shots at the tiles around it, so by sweeping with the crosshair, I can tell that this area is clear. And by putting those vending machines on these tiles, I can more or less confirm that there's nobody at the top of these stairs, at least. More or less. I'm still going to be cautious. Yeah. See, that's where most of them that we shot ended up. And the reason that happened is because a lot of them don't know how to jump over these railings. There's code that is supposed to enable the zombies to jump over these railings. That code has a whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Something is preventing it from triggering most of the time. So a lot of those zombies that we shot up here should have just been jumping off of this railing and appearing all around us. That's what the devs have in mind for encounters like this. Hey, Lewis, how's it going? And yeah, I was considering a generator. Then I just have to move it floor by floor. It's a lot of work. Not even ruling it out, just saying it's a lot of work. I'm going to put the shotgun away into the backpack here. Because at least I think we're done with the massive kills for this floor. But the moment we crest this staircase, I've also got a crosshair right now. So that could be a window. That was a window. Yeah, I'm aiming at this window all the way over here. Okay. Well, you know what? Now there's nothing to accidentally target. Alright, let's move up. Thumb on the spacebar. We might have another landing up here. Oh, we do. Okay, cool. Actually, I'm not sure. No, I hear a lot of mouth breathing. Okay. Let's room by room here and see if we get any movement. We are now on a landing spot up here. How many floors are we up to? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We are on floor 17. Can update my map here. Last I marked it was 12 floors. 17 floors is how far we've cleared. Getting the occasional lag spike here. Janitor's closet, empty. Break room. Give me some lunch. We've actually got lots of food at this point. But I ain't gonna say no to more. Nine to the penthouse, huh? All right, then. I'm just going to room by room this floor, and then we're going to drop down to where I do have a safe place to sleep on floor 12. And as an overnight task, after we catch our first sleep, I believe I can start moving the bed up a few floors. Not all the way to the front lines, but a few floors. Okay, that's... I stab one rat. I stab one rat. Alright, then. Now that's interesting. I'm going to try to engage as many as I can with melee right here on this floor. Because at least I understand the layout up here for the most part now. Oh, this is not good. If they jump off of the... Okay. Shotgun is coming out. I need to not be having lag spikes when zombies are lunging at me. That's not good. Okay, that's not good either. That needs to not happen. I don't know why that guy didn't lunge me. I'm very sensitive about that, because that is not something that should ever happen. The zombie was within melee range of me, they need to lunge me. That's something that only happens at the high floors of a building like this. Oh dear. Yeah, if I'm not going insane, I don't think a single one of them just made noise. All I can say is I'm very glad that I can visually go by those windows behind me. So if somebody decides to flip out of a window and end up on that landing, I'll at least have visual feedback if those windows break, because those windows will be one of the ways for them to get to me. Fatigue is kicked in. It is our bedtime. I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to be fine. We've definitely taken the biggest chunk out of this floor. Look at that. We're getting cold. Just from standing still. That's all it takes. Yeah, even at stage 1 fatigue, I'm still getting a good ratio of one-shots here. I'm going to swap to the... I can put the scarf on and put the respirator on. That will take the edge off. The respirator is actually higher insulation than the bandana. Not just getting lag spikes, I'm also starting to get some, what's it called? My CPU fans are starting to spin up a lot. I monitor these things because it's usually the precursor to a potential crash. Or just, the frame drops getting so bad that it's hard to actually be combat effective. I'm usually waiting until there's at least 2 targets close together before we start using the shotgun again. Because we're still getting pretty good shots with the 9mm at this range. Yeah, with every time we go up one of these flights, the floors start getting a little smaller. Looks like we got some precipitation outside. See, if I could just nail every zombie on this landing up here, then I can at least be relatively sure that when I come back up here, we won't have foot mobiles scattered all over the place. But right now, if I fall back right now while there's still people just randomly coming down the stairs, what that means is those people who are randomly coming down the stairs, a lot of them don't even know I'm here. One of the things that's bringing them down here is the fact that they're trying to get to me, and then they forget I'm there, but they continue traveling in my direction. And when that happens, that's when they stop trying to go in places that are getting them stuck. So the only real solution to that is to just keep making noise. But the longer I stay here, the more my sleep schedule gets fucked up. How do I keep my crotch protected? There's, right now, we've got 3 layers. Best in slot for lower body is leather pants. Native 20 and 40 on bite and scratch protect. And then the next layer is underpants made out of animal hide. So animal hide underpants are a platform that you can put leather strips onto. So we're actually getting 10% bite protection from specifically to the groin for wearing these hide underpants. Let it never be said that the man in the woods crafting stuff hasn't helped us out somehow. But so that's underpants, leather pants, long johns, and that's it at the moment. Now there's another layer that could cover the groin. That's if you wear a long coat, so a leather coat that will cover the thighs and the groin. However, most of those leather coats that cover the thighs and groin are also going to block you from wearing the Alice belt and suspenders, which is how I have the flashlight on right now. So it's basically a non-option. I will never wear a coat that blocks Alice belt and suspenders. If you're interested, Chamicho, I do think I have my... No, I don't. I said this earlier. I really do need to get just a repository of all of my silly little images that I've created over the years here. Make it public. This will show you how to get some of the best grown protection with the fewest number of trade-offs. Every time I think I'm just going to go ahead and turn around, another one shows their face up here. Okay, I'm falling back. Oops. I did not want to do that, but we're all right. All right, this floor is probably the one that I'll bring my defensive position to at some point. But for now, let me just check if we take the mask off here. No, we can't set up here. If we set up here, we're in the stink zone. Same situation on this floor. This is just too close to the, yeah, this is just too close. Being through a couple of doors does not change anything about that. Jesus fucking Christ. Right, so. Thumb on the space bar at all times. And that doesn't matter how close you get to a zombie, you can always push. Yeah. That was probably one that jumped off of a ledge and ended up right there. Also, this is where I left my floodlights. I should have brought those up with me. I didn't... Something about my brain meat. Forgot about it. Yep, sorry about that. That's, yeah, my heart rate is, This game is still considered a horror game by some people. Me, for the most part, I'm, past that phase, but, not all the time. Not forever. Here is our safe place to sleep. I think we're on floor 12 here. So before we can sleep, I must take off these gloves, choker, and chest piece. So I'm behind several barricades here. It would take them a lot of effort to get to me. And we've got ourselves a bed right there. I'm as insulated as I can be for now. If we get cold, we get cold. There's quite literally nothing I can do about it at the immediate moment here. Yeah, we were cold for a couple hours there. Oh well. Shake it off. See, we stayed up so late that we're already ready for our next bedtime. So I don't think we're going to be moving the, we're not going to be moving the bed up any floors overnight yet. We'll wait till we get our second sleep for that. Used my replacement battery, so here's one that I stole locally. Topping up my M9 mags up there. Oh, I can already sleep again. Good. If anybody's not familiar with Restless Sleeper, it's basically just a random cooldown every time you go to sleep. When you wake up, there's just a timer before the game lets you go to sleep again. So fuck around a little bit after you catch each sleep, and you'll be able to catch another one. 2 sleeps is usually good enough. I'm gonna have a bite of ginger ale. And pretzels. Breakfast of champions. We're still in weight gain, and we are actually we're in danger of putting on too much weight now. So in a perfect world, I will start being careful about my calories. Heavy armor going back on. Alright, so we are going to move the bed upstairs. I do not believe I'm going to be able to carry both parts at once. Maybe. This is extremely dangerous, though. Because I'm carrying one part in both hands. But I can still push, so that's good enough for me. This is where our floodlights and grindstone are. Gonna smell test the back room here. Fail. We cannot bed down on this floor. There's probably a good spot at the Starbucks. That's everything. I actually enjoyed back here because we can, we have several doors that we can go through back here. Now, the real question, of course, is does the stench still reach back here through all these doors? I fucking hate this mechanic so goddamn much. We're behind like 4 doors now. But no, because there's bodies all the way out here. Bad stench. Stage, like, what is that, 3? There's 2. Whatever. We've got the Starbucks back here. It has an intact door. Not the kind of door I would normally want to sleep behind if I was in a zombie apocalypse, but it's a door. It'll hold them off. And that's the most important thing if I'm going to be trying to sleep somewhere. There we go. Got our bed upstairs here. Got our pillow on our bed. Let's move this oven out of the way. These lag spikes that we're getting, we can deal with them by closing and reopening the game. I'm just going to finish putting down everything that I want to put down before we do that. We do have a loot bag with random stuff in it that is 1 floor down. Ideally, I'll get it up here. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Amelia. Yeah, Louisville is a, not the kind of place that, not the kind of place that's there to have fun in. It's, can get very unfun sometimes. We opening up all this crap here. Alright. Can't have industrial ovens on my bed here. Alright, now we have a place that is safe to sleep on the, what are we up to, 17th floor? It's cleared floor -1, so 16, I think. I've lost track. I have no idea where we're at. If I were in your position, Amelia, you said that you use a controller. It's really not fair to you and other controller users who, what the Indie Stone is doing right now. They're really messing with controller schemes. So if you can attribute your death to a controller, that would be the kind of thing where I'd back up my save and then roll back. Because honestly, if it's a control failure, I don't find that to be a legitimate death personally. If I was a controller user, I would absolutely be backing up my saves and restoring if dumb stuff happened due to that. Okay, so I'm going to close and reopen the game right here because this is a, we're getting a lot of lag spikes, and I think that closing reopening right here will help with that. Oh, that's good. More work. Yeah, no, that's, I would believe it. I would believe it. More work? All right. Off I go then. Me not that kind of work. The keys to a car are sometimes found on the ground or in a nearby building, or in the pockets of a local zombie. Okay, let us grab something to eat, because I emptied all my bags and I left myself with nothing to eat, so let's fix that really quick. I'm going to peek upstairs and see if there's a spot that would serve my floodlights well up here. See, this area right up here is where we were last night, and straggler zombies could be all over this floor now. The ones who were... Yeah, see this one right here? We're lucky she was just right here. But now this whole floor could have them just randomly because they will have come down these stairs, but then just dispersed all over the place, so... Let us eyeball the area. I'll actually do a loop around the exterior. Now that's funny. That's really funny. They lock the balcony doors, so that nobody can get in, because I'm sure many people are just dying to get in from this height. Alright, I'm putting on the respirator mask now, since we're in Corpse City. I was considering putting the floodlights right here. We're close enough to these light sources during the day. We don't need to worry about it. We got natural light. I would like to clear the other side here. Also, there's something we can do. Yes, there's something we can do here. I was very concerned about... I was very concerned about getting flanked while we're up here. Somebody from an upper floor falling down onto the balcony outside, breaking in through the window. However, I believe we can get ahead of that with this one simple trick. Zombies hate this. Now, we're just going to put some barricades in this hallway, and then this hallway right here. And that will isolate everybody except for if they're going to come through this way, these doors, or these windows, or the stairs behind me, which I'm pathologically checking anyway. So I'm just going to take a couple of tables or something here. Doesn't have to be something super durable. Just a kiddie fence for them to come up and start slapping if they happen to end up on this side. I'll use these too. So now, in theory, if they do come out, land anywhere out here, and break their way in, they will have to either come around this way to my right, or this way next to the stairs. I'll be looking anyway. And on the subject of my right, we've got a couple of other measures we can take here. Just gotta lighten myself up. Drop the shoddy. I gotta put that one right there, and then the next one we've got to put right here, because if we put it right there, then it'll be in front of that low fence. So now anybody who comes from this direction has to either break through the vending machines or come in through these windows. So we've got our bases covered if we have to fall back here. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and bring the floodlights and the grindstone up here. Oh, yeah. Panic will get you. Panic will definitely get you. This is one of the reasons I always try to save Louisville for last. It is, the difficulty is one thing, but just coming here when you're super well equipped feels a lot better than the notion of I've never even tried doing Louisville without being fully equipped, or like, you know, with equipment from all over the map basically. I'm gonna put my grindstone right here so that if any zombies happen to walk by it, they'll just go right through it instead of damaging it. Alright, here goes nothing. I heard some, yeah, that was aggro noise from up the stairs, so they saw me through the stairs. Now my prediction is that the issue that we were running into before, where they just didn't lunge at me like they're supposed to, my prediction is that issue was partially caused by the lag spikes. That's my prediction. I do not know this for sure. If that was the case, then by eliminating the lag spikes, closing and reopening the game, then we might not see it happen here. Oh, they can just go right through those. Okay. Not all these seats are built the same, it seems. Good to know. I need to periodically peek down these stairs. Make sure that I'm not messing my mind up with them. Alright, we're now stressed. I think now the best option is to just lure them all down here. Let's use the 357. Now that I think about it, this would have been a great, this off and on notion here, where, you know, we get them sometimes in groups of 3 or 4 or something like that. This would be a decent opportunity to use my 1911. We're also running into the stress problem I didn't even realize. Let's shotgun them. That'll delete a little bit of stress, won't it? If anybody's not familiar, stress makes you a lot worse at shooting. That being said, you get a huge stress reduction with shotgun kills. Oh. He seemed to have just emerged from the darkness there. That's a little sus. We are being affected by the stench now, which means the filters, our respirator filters, have failed us. Every time I open my UI, change the filters, that's when more show up. Come on now. Remove filters, attach filters. I don't know why this like little tile right here is just completely covered by shadow. I don't know what shadows there are over here that's causing that. Most of the zombies that are there should be, or the corpses rather, they should all be at ground level. But it seems they aren't. And, well, gives a new meaning to the phrase, gazing into the abyss. Something gazing back at me right now. So our stress levels are much better now, thanks to those multi-kills. Still not very ideal, though.
Hey!
I hear a lot of mouth breathing upstairs yet. The act of discharging on the stairwell itself feels like a good way of getting their attention. Yeah, see, look at that. There goes my stress. Beautiful. See how much better that how much tighter the crosshair is when we don't have any stress messing us up. Gonna open up another box of that there 357 Magnum. So we got 117 shots of that, 129 of 12 gauge. We might get fat. It's hard to believe, but that's what'll happen if you keep eating sticks of butter. I'm now objectively concerned about the shadow void here, after seeing a zombie land in it. I wish we could make bacon. It's truly cursed that we can raise pigs and we can butcher them, but we only get pork and pork chop. There's no bacon. What does it take to get some bacon in this universe? Yeah, we've got an event horizon here. A well of gravity so strong that not even light can escape. Must have found your mama in zombie form. That was terrible. I hereby resign my commission as a comedian. Yeah, to be honest, I would actually... I do this in 7 Days to Die a lot. Even at, you know, level 10 strength, level 10 agility and whatnot. I'll still use the bow and crossbow for one-offs, especially for silent kills. In this game, I would do the exact same. If bowery was a, or fletching, what do they call it? What's the official word for using a bow? If that was a skill, I'd be a few levels into it. It would all depend on, you know, if there were books or not. Seven rounds, current mag. See, whatever's going on here with the zombies on the next floor up, some of them can see me. I can hear them making noise. So they know I'm here. There you go. Come on down this. There you go. Good job. Just the all-consuming void collects them. Two rounds. This will be the first time in a long time I get a chance to reload it without fully emptying it. That is the sign of a responsible magazine weapon user, is to reload it while there's still one in the chamber. That is a opinion of mine. That is not a fact. Most of the weapons that I own in real life, which I cannot specify. I live in the state of Virginia. I don't do very much high magazine stuff. I'm literally not allowed to. And don't let anybody ever fuck with you and call it the Commonwealth of Virginia. There is nothing common about the wealth around here. That is a bad joke. It is as state gets. That's right. Come around that corner. The singularity is starting to spread. It's reached the walls. Now that's annoying. There's still enough door slappers upstairs to get us stressed. That's rather terrifying, trying to deal with these with melee. Because they'll lunge at me while they're still in the twilight zone there. Oh man, the Half-Life 2 crossbow was amazing. Imagine just pelting, whatchamacallit. What are those iron rods called that they use in construction? Those things. Just imagine pelting those things at zombies. I like revolvers for how they don't jam. I'm sure the devs of this game are hard at work theorizing a way to make revolvers jam. This is probably not the most compelling content right now, just standing here waiting for them to come down here. Honestly, it is. I can't stress how much safer this is than going up there and just expecting there to be 2 or 3 around this friggin' corner right here. We only have 2 tiles at the top of this staircase, and that's it. Everybody over here gets a free lunge at us as soon as we turn that corner up there. and I can't pre-sight them. I cannot stand here and aim. Well, I can shoot at her because she's right in front of me, but around this corner, I can't pre-sight this. So I literally just, the safest thing is right now to just wait for them to come down here, even though some of them really want to take their time.
Hey!
I might be able to grease them up with a little bit of shout. There's been several games outside of the 40k paradigm that have had bolter-related guns. One of my favorite was Fear, First Encounter Assault Recon. That was just the first one. The second and the third were a little bit... I didn't like them as much as the first. They weren't bad, the first one was amazing. Still some of the best tactical AI I've ever seen in a game. Like the clones that would attack you, they would actually, like, announce their strategies to each other, and you could listen in over the comms, and you could get an idea of what they were doing and how they perceived the situation. You could hear them calling for backup when they would be low on squad mates. Neat little shit like that. A lot of games have failed to replicate it. Where are we at? We're at 13. That's right. I hear you breathing. Let's go. See, I'm at stage 2 stress now, so my shooting is getting worse by the second. Come on, I hear you. Come around that corner. Like I said, the moment I crest that staircase, I'm giving them the advantage. I just don't... This is my safe place right here. This is my special place. My happy place. I hear you, bitch. Get down. There you are. Okay. Yeah, see? 2 of these guys right here. What if they were just right around the corner right here instead of right there? I never would have been able to know that they were there. That just would have been giving them a free hit. But... let's room by room this floor here. Give me a book. Oh, magazine's not going to help much at this rate. I'll need a book or a paperback to erase some of this stress. Yeah, the way sighting works in this game right now, there's some serious problems with it, and this is one of them. The tops of stairs is a major problem. I maintain very strongly that if our character should be able to see something, then there needs to be a way for the player to see it. There should never be a situation where our character should be able to see something that we can't. We're already dealing with some really dumb shit when it comes to this game. That right there doesn't have to be as dumb as it currently is. I wish cigarette packs would help anything with stress. We're not a smoker, so it doesn't work on us. All it does is make us sick. going to be a losing battle, but I'm going to try to get rid of some of the stress. Alright, so we crest the staircase here. Potential of more spawning in. I hear somebody that sounds like they're doing aggro noises, but I can't. They might be coming down the stairs. We'll see. I also hear mouth breathing to my right. Here we go. Roy's peanut butter pucks. This is actually perfect because we need hunger without calories right now. Is it stress up? It's not one zombie. It's like 3 or 4. But yes, that is that's one of the biggest sources of stress right now. We do get a little bit of stress from wearing armor because we're uncomfortable. But that is nothing compared to the... we would almost never notice it if it wasn't for the assholes up there slapping the doors. I maintain very strongly that door slapping is just the stupidest. I mean, fence slapping was even stupider. And they've reduced that a little bit, but... I'm pretty sure there's somebody over here to my right. But I'm going to hold off. We want to focus on the open doorways first. Paperback, that's what I want. I just got a level of nimble. That's kind of funny. That just tells me that there's going to be a fair few of them upstairs. Or maybe I was just that close. One of these fucking assholes. That might have been everybody for the current floor. That does not count the next floor, and I don't care about the next floor yet. We eliminated the current floor. That means I can fall back. Alright, we have some books to read to delete the stress before we go to bed. What I want to do before we do that is just grab a light real quick. Just need one of those, I mean, I'll take a floodlight if we get all the way down there, but, is this it? Or is it the next floor? I think it's the next floor. I was gonna convert a couple more of these floodlights anyway. On one of these floors, we should, yeah, here we go. We got some, radios. These, both batteries and electrical parts. Alright, got ourselves a battery-powered floodlight. Now we'll bring that upstairs and use that to read with, so that we're not constantly draining our own flashlight. Beautiful. Goodbye, stress. And we're still in rapid weight gain. That could become problematic. Let's have some chocolate candy to shut the hunger up, I guess. Diet Soda has less calories, right? Alright, I wish there was a way to insulate ourselves. Actually, there's a bunch of zombies right here. Some of them probably have warm clothes. This is never the most efficient choice of keeping yourself warm. But it works if you happen to find even just a tank top without holes in it. That could go a long way. Tank top is surprisingly high insulation, straight on the chest, which is chest is very effective at keeping body heat in. But of course, these are zombies, so their clothes are full of holes. per usual. So this tank top actually only has holes in the back slot, which the back slot in this universe does not actually impact your insulation much. Or if it does, it doesn't show up. So by wearing this tank top, I think I'll actually get myself a significant boost to my insulation for tonight. If we look at my insulation here, you'll see that my chest is a little bit light compared to the rest of the body. But now, I replaced the crop top with this tank top, and look at that, my chest turns orange. It's a little improvement. It does come at a little bit of cost to my forearm protection, my upper arm rather, because the crop top arms is a fallback for that. Only other thing that I could do right now would be a hat. A hat that actually provides insulation. Few and far between those. Especially because they get deleted if you don't pick them up within a reasonable amount of time. Oh, I don't need a hat. What am I doing? There's an option that I could have partaken in a lot that I've been kind of neglecting to do when I need to be warm for going to bed. What I do is, because my head is currently not very insulated, the helmet has no insulation. What we can do is just take the hoodie and put the hood up. Look at my head. My head is bright red now. I can't believe I didn't do this more often. There's literally a hood right back there behind me, and I just forgot to put it up. The only reason I don't do this more often is that it does take my helmet off to do this, so... Otherwise, we're good to go. There is 0% chance we'll get cold tonight. The hell was that sound? Sounded like she was gagging. Marinara doesn't make you that mad, but yeah, all right, whatever. I ate it because it's low calorie, and we need to keep an eye on our calories because, of course, we are in the danger zone on that. Okay, let us proceed. Leave this open while we're... Yeah. The light propagation is a little bit wild. It's like a saloon-style door, so... Whatever. Let's see what those upper floors look like, shall we? I'll have to keep in mind that these seats here do nothing. And I already hear, it's very subtle, I don't know if you guys can hear that. Somebody is making an aggro noise. So the simple act of coming up the stairs, somebody saw me. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get to me, but they're coming. least I thought that's what I heard. But where is he? That's the question. Y'all heard that? Ah, there you are. Right down here, buddy. Yeah, it's definitely me getting onto the stairwell that's waking them up here. See, this would have been the perfect spot for the floodlights, but too late now. See that right there? This one that I didn't know was there? That is why I can't just... Oh. The battery on our floodlight just ran out. Okay. So at this point it doesn't matter. We're using the... we're using the flashlight no matter what, are we? I'm going to use my spare battery to replace the floodlight.
Hey!
Do you hear all those flipping over things? That's a lot of flipping. Oh boy. Okay, we're locked in. I just saw somebody fall. Don't know how often we're going to see that, but that means we have to expect them coming up from both sides. Another one just fell. Oh yeah, no, Zomboid, it can be relaxing, but until you understand the game completely, or unless you play like one of the, like builder mode, for example, where zombies don't spawn very often. Yeah, there is now a significant number of them that have successfully fallen through the window to my center screen, ever so slightly above center, behind where the floodlights are. Those 4 windows. I've seen several zombies fall from an upper floor past these windows, which means they will have landed on the landing below, which means we have to expect that they're going to come from both directions on the stairs now. Oh, yeah. If you're struggling with getting bitten, there's all kinds of things that can go wrong, but biggest thing I'd recommend is try to learn your audio cues. Generally, the zombies announce themselves with mouth breathing and subtle other noises. I actually stream the game in surround sound, but I only recently found out that YouTube won't play it in surround sound unless you're using the YouTube TV app. So, regrettably, only a very small portion of my audience can actually partake in surround sound enjoyment. But this game is amazing in surround sound. See, here it is. This is one of them coming from below there. Just one so far, but I saw at least 3 fall down. Well, the protection levels... See, we've got pretty decent protection levels here. All of that is a fallback. We don't ever want to let a zombie touch us. And here's a second from below. So I expect one more from below. And if I start seeing more than that, then that means that I've lost track of them, which is not a good sign. That would probably be me falling back. I'm going to swap the mask for the respirator here. Or at least that's what I would do if I had the respirator. Some kind of an idiot, I left it back at the sleeping spot. That's not good. That's not good at all. We're at stage 2 corpse odor now. And I only played this game solo, I never play it multiplayer. This game is way too easy for people to fuck with you. And when you're putting hundreds of hours of work on the line, it's just not fun for me to have to constantly defend hundreds of hours of work from people who can so easily fuck with you. I don't play survival crafting in multiplayer anymore, for the most part. I talk about that a lot on this channel, but one thing that I don't always talk about are the exceptions. Space Engineers is one of those games that I probably would do multiplayer in, although it would probably be more under a tournament setting. Space Engineers is one of those, it's like a survival crafting game set in space. You're supposed to mine resources and whatnot, process them. There's very few environmental threats, though. And the PvP is not that good unless you get the right set of mods. Weapon core mods are kind of amazing. And I saw some YouTubers put together a tournament once, just where everybody has a certain amount of PCU and a certain set of weaponry. My favorite thing I've ever seen in a space simulator video game was the guy who did a... in that tournament, he was using a Mac gun from a Halo mod. He was using a Mac cannon, a Mark 20 Mac cannon as a shotgun. He was getting really close range with a Corvette style ship, and just point blanking with the Mac gun. So he did not have to worry about compensating very much for trajectory. It's fucking amazing. Because normally with something like the Mac gun, trying to compensate for trajectory is a nightmare. Speaking of nightmares, I have to fall back now. The stench is getting overwhelming. So, as you can see here, they did fall down and break through that door and this window, that's perfectly expected. There should be no way for them to fall all the way down here. So I do believe my place to sleep is still going to be safe, theoretically. We're going to have a quick bite to eat, and then we are going to sneak in asleep here and pray. Not safe to sleep here. Oh, fuck off. I actually genuinely hate that, because anybody who could currently be tracking me, they would have to break through a lot of things to get to me right now. But not safe to sleep here. Alright, let's just go down a few floors and, I don't know. What are we gonna do? I have to sleep. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. see if that was enough time. I kind of hid for a little bit of time there. If this isn't enough, if I still can't sleep, then, well, I'll just have to fall back. I don't really want to. We're on a great momentum here. That's more like it. On the meta today, I'll be able to continue streaming for a little while longer, but I won't be able to do a long one today. I will probably be able to do another 1 or 2 in-game days, and then we'll have to call it. So we're going to go ahead and armor up, get the respirator on, and we'll see if we can't accomplish... We'll just see how far we get in this tower. It's feeling a little bit less painful to go floor by floor right now. Just a little bit less painful. I mean, if nothing else, the staircases are no longer directly on top of each other. Oops, you don't have to open the window. We have no need to open the window. I hear some mouth breathing, and it doesn't sound very far. So I'm going to assume they're right around the corner there. That was closer than I expected. Fertilize that plant, bitch. Alright. Way closer than I thought. Alright, have a good one, man. I will definitely be keeping up the grind. Okay, we've already got the respirator on, so we don't have to worry about stench now. And I replaced my backup battery. So if we run out of flashlight, or if the floodlight runs out again, we're good. So despite having some zombies fall down on the balcony out here, they still haven't broken through. Wow, this is these seats are pointless. I don't know what it is that made me think that they were gonna block movement. They don't. Apparently, we just walk right through them. These will definitely block movement. Regrettably, they'll block line of sight too, but whatever. They're going to end up breaking one of these, then there's only so much I can do about it. 2 gas to go keys, but not that's cursed right there. I'm so proud of you. We always save the windows here. That's a sign of a good apocalyptic citizen right there. Save the windows. And I left the floodlight running all night again. That's all right, I guess. I do hear some mouth breathing upstairs. That was an accidental cue just now. It happens to all of us. I don't care how many thousands of hours you got in this game. Dozens or thousands. You'll still accidentally hit Q every once in a while. Unless you completely unbind it. Okay. That's not too awful bad. But because of those two right there, we're going to do another room by room up here. After we deal with Fred over here. I don't trust this door here. Either of them.
Hey!
So the next floor is not one that I've visited yet. So the moment I go up there, the moment the next floor above that spawns in, that's how this works. Just heard somebody flip over something. And we got mouth breathing directly to the right of me. Pay no heed to the zombie who's currently planking on top of me. It's not what it looks like, I swear. Just because Dani has not seen anybody human for, what is it, a year and a half now, does not mean that she'll resort to zombies. Thank you very much. I'm very uncomfortable with how close that is. There's mouth breathing like it sounds like it's 2 tiles away upstairs to my right directly.
Hey!
Let's give them one more cue. See if they come down. I hate stairs so much in this game. I hate them. I don't like them. On the bright side, there's not very much else we could be doing today. It is quite foggy outside. Okay. I'm just mad that bathrobes block your Alice belt and suspenders. I would wear bathrobes as a character in this game if it wasn't for the fact that I can't wear an Alice belt with them.
Hey!
And this is where the stress has a possibility of kicking in. Don't ask me how I'm able to do that, but I'm here for it. As long as they're not coming at me in unmanageable numbers. Honestly, I should be able to do this, but it should turn them into crawlers. And this is where the grindstone would be amazing. You know, something I might do, I'll probably do this like at the end of the stream today. I'm going to change the color of the half-mask respirator. It's another one of those things that it only comes in one color. And it's functionally necessary for parts of this game. It should cost me nothing to just change the color of the mouthpiece from blue to black so that it matches the rest of us. I might also go ahead and just publish the mod itself. That might be... Okay, so I'm always thinking about ways that I could promote my channel in a way that is not like, you know, just straight up buying advertising, right? And I also find sponsored spots and stuff like that to be a little cringe, but if I just take the mod that I made for myself and just post it, and it happens to get some eyes onto my content, that's a mutually beneficial arrangement if people actually enjoy it. Alright, we're going to accelerate this. We've got just over 100 shells of shotgun. We're not getting very good shots from up there, though. So. About 50 shots of Magnum. So we'll be out of ammo by the time we're done with this next 2 floors, I believe. Or at least close to it. Why did she get scared just now? I think we've got a glitch ragdoll. more blind shots. The way I figured is if I get a red crosshair and I shoot it with the shotgun, then it's going to hit something. I have no idea where they're at. But they know where I am somehow. That's not very fair. All right. Oh, somebody's up there. There you go. Come around that corner. Come on now. I believe in you. Come on around that corner. Have I mentioned I really dislike these stairs? I really dislike these stairs. You know what? I'm going to do something I should have done a while ago. Fall back a little bit and line of sight them. Because whatever it is they're trying to do to get to me, it's clearly not working. And what I can do to assist with that is get out of their line of sight so they can't see me. But then give them a moment and see if they continue trying to get to me. Because if they see, there you go. If they try to get to me, but they don't see me, then they're not going to continue doing what is not working. They'll actually path properly. Should have done this a while ago. I was mistakenly under the impression that they would figure it out. Alright, we're starting to come up short on ammo here. The soda is not good for my weight gain. I'm about to go into the fat territory here. But I'm not going to let that trick me into making bad decisions. Oh, I see what's going on up here. Okay. Yep, the placement of those vending machines. I still hear a lot of mouth breathing, but that's fine. What? What is this? The observation of the meeting room. Alright. That's not sus. What is this, like an entire group of meeting interrogation rooms? Perhaps, meet interrogation rooms? Alright. HR interrogation rooms. I work in murders and amputations. Or, sorry, mergers and acquisitions. Interestingly, this is quite a kill corridor right here. Alright, same principle here. We've got, we still got a fair few shotgun shells.
Hey!
That didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I'm feeling a little bit more bold about taking these shots that I can't really, I don't have good sights for. Doesn't mean that I'm getting good efficacy. I probably am not. Speaking of efficacy, filters just died again. Removing the bad filters from my respirator. Attaching the good filters to my respirator. I've got this. I know what I'm doing for the most part. For the most part. Ammo check. 357, we are out. We might as well be. We only have 4 shots. And shotgun, we are down to 30. So we genuinely are almost out of ammunition. I have no problem doing melee. It's just stairs and melee just never mix well. Because at this range, they're already lunging at me halfway down the stairs. And the extra Z offset of them coming down the stairs is enough to mess my reflexes up.
Hey!
I do not know the floor number, but I will take a look momentarily. We'll have to find a window and stick our head out of it. By picking these vending machines up and then just dropping them, I believe I am inoculating the zombies from getting stuck on them in the future. The previous floor was quite annoying for them to... They were getting stuck up here a lot. And I think those vending machines were contributing.
Hey!
No more reloads. I'm not going to spawn in the floor above this one. Or so if I crest that stairwell, that takes the floor. The one above the next floor spawns in the moment I crest that stairwell. So we're, yeah, we're not going up there and chasing them because we don't have the ammo for it. Just trying to see if we can. Yeah, there we go. Got it. All right. Time to fall back. We done killed a lot of zombies today. All that use of the shotgun, and we only actually took a couple of durability points from it. Actually, one. We took one durability point from it. Alright, loot's coming with us. Minus the... We'll leave the scrap electronics. No spare batteries to work with here. Honestly, we've been using them up. And that's a good thing. We want to be using up the batteries. Okay. We are out of here. A very successful day. Let me check real quick. I'll check, we'll use B42 map here to see what the floor that we got all the way up to is. So if anybody's here for the heavy combat, we're done with that for today. I'll just be cleaning up for the rest of the character's evening, and then I'll call the stream tomorrow morning probably. But b42map.com here. Let's go to the Bateman office building on this side. And we're looking for the floor with the vending machines next to the stairs. So that's 17, 18, 19, 20. Yep, we made it to floor 20. That's pretty damn good if I do say so myself. Still many floors to go, but yeah, we're doing good things here. Take nothing for granted on the way out, of course, because yeah, there's always that chance that somebody fell down, like me. Maybe I just fell down. Because I'm doofus. If I'm not careful, I'm going to lose my glasses again doing that. At one point, I did accidentally jump over a railing and ended up losing my prescription sunglasses. A rare find. Would prefer not to lose those. Hey, Chammy Cho. No, Louisville is not clear. We've gotten up to floor 20 of the Bateman office building because we had a day, we had a couple days there with some fog. Probably didn't even notice it because we spent the whole days indoors here, and that's fine. Great progress on this. We'll continue that most likely on Friday. Today's going to be a shorter stream if anybody joining did not hear. I'm probably going to go ahead and call it after we get things cleaned up here this evening. It's been a little while since I've been back to Jericho, so as part of the cleanup process, I am going to stop by my power center for the area, where I've got all of my generators running, keeping my freezers and all my produce frozen. And we'll get those all topped up. We'll also do a load of laundry, because we're desperate for a good cleanup. Neat to see that some snow actually stuck here. It's only because I've been here so many times that I actually remember where to park. Yep. Well, okay, so 2 years. It's been 1 year, 6 months, and 7 days. We don't hit the 2-year mark until July 9th, 1995. It is currently January 6th, 1995. So far, we have locally sourced 9 bullets of coffee. That is fantastic. Totally here for that. Alright, that's our bags cleaned out there. Regrettably, we are now fat. Nothing we can do about that. We can just try not to eat too much more fattening things. Namely, if we just straight up eat some eggs to shut the hunger up, we'll do a little bit better for ourselves. So we got 3 more boxes of 9mm, and we'll reload all 10 of those magazines that we utilized. That should be everything I need to do up here. We are now going back to Jericho. And we're going to be taking the combat truck, because we'll need to pick up another carton of shotgun, I believe. Well, maybe not shotgun, but 357 for sure. Because I don't think there's a lot of 357 up here right now. New windshield for my truck, too. Hey, Richard, how's it going? You caught us right near the end of the stream today. Unfortunately, we're doing a shorter one. But we just managed to get all the way up to floor 20 of the Bateman office building here. It was a bit of a slog. These zombies have a lot of opportunities to get stuck on those damn stairwells. I was also going to do some pipe bombing, but I don't think we're going to get around to it today. We may do some pipe bombing near the Louisville State University next time. Maybe. Not 100% guaranteed. Clearing some more of the checkpoint gate into Louisville. When you say the last, are you working on the main one, or are you working on one of the other ones? Because there's several now, and they all probably give some pretty good M16 loot these days. Now that they've finally been buffed to what the military should have. That'll be the leading into the boundary camp then. At least once you're into the boundary camp, you can see them coming from much farther away. Yeah, when KTO gets to Louisville, that's gonna be that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt his computer. He's gonna have to get out the whip and start punishing it. I don't even know if mine could handle that. If anybody's not familiar, we're currently using a shortcut that brings us straight through the train station. That helps us get back to our power center in the area. Whoa. Game definitely likes to take a lag spike when it loads up my my main base. No, I don't do major overhaul mods. Oh shit. I can't believe I did this. Our generator here has died completely. I shouldn't have done that. Let's see how much I lost. This is what happens when you stay out in the field too long. I actually thought I was going to be okay, but nope. I'm terrified to look at the freezers. I'm putting it off until the last second here. Alright, let's look at the damage. Oh, this is gonna hurt my soul. This is gonna hurt my soul. Well, the potatoes never unfroze. Okay, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. It still works then. Okay. So the freezer's definitely there's actually a glitch. I'm pretty sure that if your generators run out, then they don't start actually thawing until you re-enter the area. So, because we reloaded the generator as soon as we got back, they were not actually exposed for very long here. These were. Yeah. We lost one freezer here. 1.5 maybe. Okay. And what was the freezer that had our cheese? Regretfully, there is no longer any cheese anywhere on the map. This was the last piece of cheese. It's also tiresome. Well, that just means more compost for the compost god, right? I do love how the potatoes are basically unaffected. Yeah, the potatoes are basically unaffected because, of course, they are. That's one of the reasons I grow so many, because they can survive bullshit like this. Oh, I can eliminate one freezer then. Or not. I'll check the other ones in a moment, because, I mean, maybe the other ones are busted too. Let's fill these composters up with some shit here. Alright. Well, those freezers are taken care of. I do see some mildew on my kale. I'm surprised my kale's not dead. We've basically confirmed that kale never dies. Literally, we've confirmed that kale never dies. Because if it doesn't die in November, December, January, February is the first month of its planting season. So, I mean, it literally never dies. That's okay. Yeah. Alright, so those 3 freezers are fine. Checking these 3 in this corner. Some of the meat went stale, but we don't actually have any rotten. So, could have been worse. Yeah. Okay. And now the main fridge. I think it was entirely kale. Yep, looks good. Okay. We're a little late for bed, but we're ready for it. I did come back here to do a load of laundry while we're here. Because, of course, our, whatchamacallits, water caches here are completely full. Our pajamas are currently, whatchamacallit, a general outfit. Alright, we're late for bed, but we're good to go. Yeah, it's kind of wild just how efficient they are. I sorely underestimated them back in the day. Public service announcement, if anybody's not sure what we're talking about here, the washing machines, when it comes to cleaning your clothes and getting the dirt off of them and the blood off them and everything, washing machines use far less water. And it actually gets even more efficient the closer you get to filling up the washing machine completely. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know most of the math behind it, but I do know it's a lot more efficient. And so if you are somebody who needs to wash their clothes a lot, like a person who does if you do the fear of blood trade or something like that, then you'll do yourself a massive favor if you get a laundry infrastructure set up. I'm actually just going to sew a rag bandana real quick because this will help prevent me from getting cold. Because I don't know exactly how cold it'll get overnight. Yeah, probably. Alright, so we've got some kale growing out here, but I can already tell that one of them has some mildew. Oh, wow. It's thirsty, too. We've gone that long without without rain. It's definitely Project Zomboid after the winter. I don't know what goes on with mildew in this game, but sometimes repeatedly treating it doesn't do anything. So I'm going to, like, give a cooldown between treatments here. When you have this many rain barrels as I do here, you don't even have to worry about being cavalier with your water during a drought because yeah, we've just got so much of it. The next time we get a rain, it'll still fill everything right back up. Yeah, again, I don't know what it is about repeated treatments. Something feels wrong with it, so what I'm going to do is treat it again. Am I? There we go. I just had to... Okay, so what just happened is I had to wait until it healed a little bit, and then the next treatment removed the mildew completely. In the past, I have dumped entire bottles full of mildew cure into these, and when they had heavy mildew, and it would just eat the whole thing up. So there's definitely something that you want to do. You just space out your treatments. That's probably the best advice I can give on that. Space out your mildew treatments. So actually, my current getup is a little bit warmer than what I have in the laundry. Actually, I lied. No, I lied. There's a little bit more insulation to be coaxed out of this. Yeah, I agree strongly with that. So this is my tailoring station right here. I'm gonna knit myself not a vest. Would a sheepskin vest come out? Don't I already have one of those? I think I made a sheepskin vest at one point, but what did I do with it? If I did make a sheepskin vest, it would probably be on the table here. Sheepskin jacket, not a vest. Oh, we've got a winter a sheepskin hat right here. That's oh hell yeah, beautiful. That will probably keep us very warm overnight. I'm just curious if this damn, I can't make one. If that sheepskin vest would have gone into the actual vest slot. I don't know if it would. In any case, I think we'll be fine for tonight. It is cold, but it's not going to be that cold. Alright, folks. Relatively unfortunate that we ended up losing some of our perishables, but we'll survive. Honestly, we always had more food here than we actually needed. It's the principle of the thing. I prefer to preserve my harvest wherever humanly possible. But that just means that we're down one freezer. Honestly, I kind of like this hat. I just wish it was a better combo of, you know, like white and black, as opposed to white and like grayish or like beige gray sort of. Yeah. But I don't dislike it. All right, we'll have our girl bid farewell here. And I think that'll be it for today. We've done good things here. I'm going to go ahead and back up my save for the end of the stream here. So if anybody watching is not familiar with how to back up your save, I recommend doing this every once in a while. I used to do it after every stream, but that was getting very big on my hard drive because my saves are over 1 gigabyte now. So we close out of the game. We go to our C folder, or C drive here, wherever you got the game installed. Users, username, and then Zomboid, and then saves. In our case, we go to Apocalypse. Here's the most recent one. Just Control-C, copy this entire folder, and put it wherever you want. In my case, I got a backups folder up here, and a folder with the same name. And this is part 51 of Dani the Drifter's journey through B42. Control-V, paste that entire folder. And 1.31 gigabytes across 508,000 files. That's going to take a while. All right, guys, I will catch you guys on Friday. Yeah, I don't usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays. My typical schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So, catch you guys then. Peace out and have a good one. Adios.